Clara City Council joint meeting, concurrent with Stadium Authority. I'd like to call the meeting to order. A roll call, please. City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
City Attorney, would you like to read the items, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Two related matters for closed session this evening. Item 1A is real estate negotiations with respect to an easement interest at 925 Walsh Avenue. City representatives and representatives of PSB Northern, the negotiating parties of price and terms. The second related item, 1B, is an active condemnation case, City of Santa Clara versus PSB Northern. Those are the items for this evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? There's no one here in the audience. Do we have any online public comment?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, we will convene to closed session and be back here at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order, so could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. AB 23, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have registered lobbyists joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Those are reserved for items and topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. So reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, council did meet on the items listed in the closed session agenda, but there is no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. I'm going to move item, which is an item I actually put on the agenda with Councilmember Watanabe, item 9, move it up after public presentations. And that's action on a written petition regarding the event that happened at Levi Stadium on July 2nd, after public presentations. Do we have any other? Councilmember Becker?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I was asking to pull item 9 as well, but I'm also, sorry, not pull, move up item 9 as well as item 10 at the same time.
Okay, we'll do 9 and 10 after that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, oh, no, Councilmember Becker, your light's still on. Anyone from the audience? Okay, seeing, yes, sir? No, not yet. Pretty soon, very soon. Okay, we're going to move on to our first special order of business. For our special order of business this evening, the city proclaims July as Parks and Recreation Month in Santa Clara. Since 1985, Parks and Recreation Month is celebrated across the United States in July. This year's theme is Where a Community Grows, which celebrates the role parks and recreation professionals play in bringing the community together. Every day, Parks and Recreation staff work to connect residents to open space at our parks and facilities, offer recreation classes for all ages and abilities, and put on amazing events, including the 4th of July, the All-City Picnic, the Arts and Wine Festival, concerts in the park, the holiday tree lighting ceremony, and so much more. The department provides access to ages and abilities with their projects, including the future Magical Bridge project at Central Park, which is under construction today. It's also important to recognize that the department remains a critical component during emergency operations for the city. Parks and Recreation teams here in our city have pivoted to lead on care services, including supporting food distribution, shelter during weather events, and support during emergency operations. At this time, I'd like to invite Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation, to the podium to say a few words about his favorite subject, Parks and Recreation. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Community. Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Santa Clara. Thank you for this wonderful proclamation for this month. It's really about growing the community. Joining me tonight, Kim Castro, our Recreation Manager, and Maureen Riley Chu from our Parks and Recreation Commission. Truly, it is a community that comes together in Parks and Recreation, and on behalf of the 75 full-time, over 100 part-time, and the many, many volunteer workers in Santa Clara, we just want to say thank you for this recognition, and thank you for the support of our facilities and programs, which help improve the quality of life in each and every one of our neighborhoods. So during July, we invite the community, get out to your neighborhood park, use the hashtag Where Community Grows, send us your pictures and your comments about your favorite facility, program, or in some cases, the staff that are helping maintain the parks. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim, thank you for our sincere gratitude. I didn't know, ladies, would you like to say something? We have the chair of our Parks Commission here. Would you like to say something? No, you just want to pose for the pictures, right? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Our sincere gratitude to our Parks and Recreation professionals providing services and programs for our community. So I'd now like to invite the City Council down and all of you up so that we can present this proclamation to you. Thank you. Okay, so now that leads us to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. And the consent calendar also includes the Stadium Authority consent items, which are at the end of the consent calendar. Do we have any members of the council that would like to pull any items for discussion? Anybody in the audience? Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a,
I'll second.
oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead, City Clerk. We have,
A hand, oh, they just lowered it, sorry.
do we have a hand, we don't have a hand. I'll just ask again, is there anyone else that wants to talk about any item on the consent calendar? Okay, go ahead. We have a motion and a second.
Could you repeat who made the motion?
Councilmember Chahal, I don't know who made the second.
Either way.
Register your vote, please. And that passes unanimously. Okay, next we have the public presentations. Do we have any member of the public that would like to make a presentation on an item that is not on the agenda? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Tanay Gupta and I'm a rising junior and competitive swimmer at Santa Clara Swim Club. My family is a 24-year resident of the city of Santa Clara. I want to express my disappointment with how the city has managed the current situation with the ISC closure and closures from the past. Because of this closure, most practices have been held at Independence High School, which takes me and my teammates 1 to 2 hours for the round-trip travel to and from the pool. This takes time away from other activities, academics, and family time. These closures also drastically reduce training time for many groups. I am fortunate that my training group's practice time hasn't dropped significantly because of the priority given to it. I'm also fortunate that my dad is willing to drive me to practice every day, despite the hassle and need to stay there for 3 to 4 hours every day, since it is impractical to drive back and then return for pickup. However, many kids may be less fortunate because their parents are unwilling or unable to spend that much time getting them to practice. Eventually, they may end up quitting the sport because they cannot attend practices and don't want to continue spending money. And even if they can continue attending, many groups aren't getting the training they need to develop in the sport and unlock their potential. Please open the International Swim Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else regarding items not on the agenda? Please come forward.
Madam Mayor, all
Yes.
the names are listed in your,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Nikki Welch. I've been living in Santa Clara for a long, long time. And I find out about SB 9 the governor passed last year. It's a very good law, and thank you for him doing that. But when I wanted to put an application for splitting a lot, I found out that to start with, I have to come up with at least $50,000 for the city fees, surveyors, civil engineer, that needs to be given to the city with my application. I then realized that the law is, there's no way someone who's lower income can apply for the law, because to start with, you have to come up with that kind of money, and homeowners that they're lower income, they cannot do that. Then I find out that there's a code section 1705 .300C you pass that you give waiver to developers or people who want to split 5 or more lots. That means developers, rich people can easily do it. You waive the fee for them. But for someone like myself, I have a lot size that is over 12,000 square feet. This split would be perfect for someone like me. I've been living in my community for all these years. I don't want to move out. This enables me to keep one part for my resident and another part I could sell and use for my income and also build the other side. So that serves two purposes, and I'd be happy to live in my community and I don't want to move out. But the way that the law is, I cannot apply because I have to, right off the bat, come up with $50,000. and the city wants all these requirements, all this thing, but this section, the house in this section that belongs to the city, you guys have the map, you have everything about this house already. Why do all this requirement when you're waiving it for someone who's splitting 5 lots? I called the author of the bill, Tony Heckin. I called the congressperson of my area. I called the senator. I called everybody. And they're all like, this is a new law. Obviously, it needs some editing to it. I would like to request that you guys talk about it, because the way that it's written, it's only high-income people can use it.
All right. Thank you. We're not allowed to talk in any detail about items during public presentations, but we can hear you. I'm hoping that we can refer you to our staff, or someone on our staff can get your information and try to help you through this.
Yes.
We can't discuss it in length because it's not on the agenda, but we're hearing you.
Thank you. One last thing, I was just going to mention that this should be an exception for people who live here. This is the only place they have. That is their primary resident, and there's certain age group that they could be able to, that they could be in a formal loan.
Okay.
Give it back. Once we sell half of the property, we give it back. It could be in a formal
I understand.
rent, whatever.
Thank you, though. Staff, if we can have someone get her information.
Thank you. Sorry, I talked.
No, thank you. Can you wait 1 second? I have a list to go down. We have Audrey. Is Audrey here? Or online? Okay, I'll call her again at the end. Can we put her name at the end again? Kevin? Yes, please come forward. I see you here in the audience. Followed by Michael and Takeo. Yes, welcome.
Hi, I'm Kevin Zacher. Mayor and council, thank you for giving us time to speak. I'm the head coach of Santa Clara Swim Club. I was here a couple weeks ago. I appreciate you listening and hearing, and we had some positive movement for our club. We're still facing the challenge, as Tanae mentioned, of having to drive all over the place to find water time, and we just urge you guys to help us get the ISC back open. Despite the challenges, as you know, we have a very strong, proud legacy and history of producing great people, but also Olympic-level athletes and swimmers. And over the weekend, we had a young lady take that first step, right? The first step of being selected to an Olympic team is to qualify for the Olympic trials, where they make the selection for the Olympic team. We had a young lady qualify for the Olympic trials on Saturday. Fantastic achievement. So we're getting things done, but it's not easy. So I just want to reiterate the need to get the ISC back open for us. And beyond that, we know it's not in great shape. It needs attention. And further, we need resources allocated to making sure there's a long-term plan for water in the city, for safety, for water safety for kids, for exercise for people of all ages, and certainly for our competitive pursuits in a city that prides itself on aquatics and it prides itself on youth sports and excellence. I just urge you guys to really think about the long-term vision for aquatics in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, and we discussed this at our last meeting, and we feel the pressure as well, trying to find you water that's closer, because I can commiserate with the parents who don't want to drive their kids and stay at practice and wait and come back. So we're doing our best that we can. We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
City manager, right? We got it. Thank you. Michael? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Michael. Today I stand before you as a representative of the Santa Clara Swim Club, filled with deep disappointment and longing. While our frustrations simmer over the prolonged closure of ISC, our determination remains unwavering. As members of the Santa Clara Swim Club, we have been left adrift desperately seeking to find refuge in subpar alternatives such as Independence High School. The closure of the swim center has placed an additional burden on our parents who now face the challenge of transporting their swimmers to alternative pools, requiring extra time and effort, especially during peak hours. The drive to Independence High School takes almost 40 minutes, which is significantly longer compared to the usual 15-minute travel time. This prolonged commute not only consumes more time out of their busy schedules, but also adds to the overall inconvenience they have to endure. Furthermore, with the limited availability of alternative pools, practice times for some groups may be shortened, impacting their training schedules and even restricting their ability to improve. ISC is not just a pool, rather a sanctuary where athletes of all ages gather to chase after their dreams. Its legacy stretches far beyond the tightly packed brick walls and the grandstand. In fact, it is engraved in the records of swimming history. The repercussions of the closure extends beyond the Santa Clara Swim Club, as the pool itself craves to expand its legacy and continue fostering the dreams of future generations. Together, let us make it abundantly clear that the International Swim Center must once again open its doors to the passionate swimmers who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Takeo? Takeo? Yes. Oh, you're together. Sorry. Amanda. Welcome.
Good evening. I am the president of the Board of Directors of Santa Clara Swim Club. And first of all, I'd like to thank you all for the help that you've offered with the pool at Sunnyvale. Every little bit counts. But I did want to ask in terms of, I recently found out that we're paying $10,000 a week for the pool in Montague, the Montague pool. This, given that we've already paid, this is because of the closure that we've gone to Montague for our swim school. So I'd like you to consider the possibility of reducing that amount or reimbursing that amount, since this is to make up for the ISC being closed. $10,000 a week is a very high price. You know, recently a swim club had to close because the pool prices were too high. And this is what we're looking at if this continues for our club. There is a possibility for this to happen to Santa Clara Swim Club. So I urge you all to consider how to further assist the club in making sure that we can offer accurate, excellent programming. Swim school is extremely important during the summer. We're saving lives. Kids are learning how to swim, right? So once again, thank you for all your efforts, and I urge you to please do more. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Manager, can you look into that, the payment to Montague Pool, for Montague Pool? Howard, come forward, please.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Howard has been given additional time by
Paul.
Okay.
Okay,
All
we
right.
ready? Well, it's been a while since I've been down here, so I might hit on stuff that is on the agenda tonight. I didn't check the agenda tonight. It's just I've been a while since I've been down here, and I hear little birdies talking to me here and there, and a lot has to do with the issue that I fought and I begged other council people in the past years. And I know some of you have been here 4 years, 8 years. You've seen me come in and plead with you and beg with you, but it never made the agenda or nothing. A few months back, it made an agenda, and a lot of you were on board about the permits. Me being a licensed, permitted person out in that North Santa Clara area, and I had illegal vendors sitting right on top of me, taking all my business, which cost me $22,000 last year, about $18,000 the year before. And tens of thousands throughout the years. And I've always come and beg and plead. And finally, you guys started moving a couple months ago. And now I hear maybe not so much taking care of the problem, maybe even helping out the illegals that have been breaking the law for so many years. Maybe help them get permits right up front there while I sit idled back. I don't think that's going to be fair. I think the law needs to come down on everybody. And if you want to give permits to be right up on the top of the stadium and everything, look at me. I'll buy 10 of those permits. They should have a value to them instead of people making tens of thousands of dollars and the city getting nothing out of the deal. Let's do a way that I can buy 10, 15, 20, 50 permits and put carts in that position. And I'll run them, and I'll run them proudly for the city to be legal and everything. I don't know if you guys are talking about that, but I've been watching. I've seen talking about eliminating the election for the chief of police. This is the last city of California that elects a city police chief. You put him to answer to the voters, not answer to 6 or 7 people who decide what they're going to do. You know, you got I think it's 150,000 people living here, or 180,000. That guy's responsible to 180,000 people. Better do his job good and do it right, not to 7 people. And some who may be, we follow what our master tells us to do, so we'll put in the guy who will do whatever. You've seen what that kind of stuff does. I've been out there for all these years. Prior to the Super Bowl, there was a security company out there that used to, supervisor came over, got food for his crew and everything, and I hear stories about how he worked in Europe running security for all those soccer games. We all know those soccer games are wild and violent. He was very well professional in that kind of work. As soon as the Super Bowl was over, they fire him, they hire their buddies, and now you've had nothing but fights, problems. And I even hear now you got somebody stabbed. How do you get a knife into that place? It was, you know, you changed a really good security company years ago to some buddies of somebody, and now you're getting stabbings and whatever. But I'm hearing that people might get permits for something I've been fighting for 8 years. And people have taken away from my family, off of my table. And now they may be rewarded. That's just totally wrong. I know it's nice to feel bad about people, but let them go out, get fingerprinted, get background checked. How many of those guys are sex offenders? You don't know, but you may give them a permit. How many of them have committed misdemeanors? You don't know. Give them a permit. We don't care. You know, it's just not fair. If you want to do it, get legal people. I'll work with the department to help that. But don't let me fight for 8 years, beg and plead, and finally get a group of people that want to really reach out and help and get rid of the alcohol sales and the illegal sales that goes on out there, and just go, hey, you know, we want to help these poor people. No, it's not fair, it's not right, and I don't know if I talked anything over what's going to be on the agenda tonight, but I'll look at it and see if there's something good. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the concerts in the park, as you mentioned earlier. They're fun. I'm trying to get the concessions at the cinema in the park and bring something great we can build that cinema and have people come out.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Howie. Okay, if we could, yeah, thanks. Is Audrey here? Oh, hi, Audrey. Welcome.
Hi, so my name is Audrey Ospina, and I've been swimming in the Santa Clara Swim Club for like 6 years now, since I was like 5. And for me, it's really important to swim. And I was like hoping you could really help us try and get the pool back, because for me, it's really important to go every day and swim, and so. Yeah, and I would like you to see the signatures from my teammates who have signed the sheet.
Nice. If you could bring it up so we could see it. Thank you. It's a little twisted there. Can we keep that? Right, can we give it to our city clerk? Thank you, so that we can take a closer look at it when maybe we can display it in the room over there. Thank
Hi,
you.
I'm Gregory Ospina, and I've been swimming in Santa Clara Swim Club since I was like maybe 8 years old. And the only pool I've properly ever known until now is the ISC pool, the Central Park pool. And for me, Central Park has always been a very important part of my life, and I've always looked forward to going to ISC every day to swim. And more than a pool for me to swim, be healthy, and exercise, it has become a home for me. And when it closes down, I'm always very sad, because for me, it's a very important part of my life, and I enjoy going there. So I would really appreciate if you guys could take measures to open the pool, because you have to understand that this is a home for many people. This isn't just a pool, it's a home, and many people know this as a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Audrey, for your comments and for your sheet signings as well. We'll make sure, all of us, to take a look at it. Thank you. Brian, we have Brian. Are you online, Brian? Is he online?
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
I've sort of on the same theme as last time I called. I live at Monroe and Newhall, between Monroe and Newhall, and I think it's Market Street. And I'm not sure if it is against the law in the city of Santa Clara to go the speed limit. It seems to be. If you know Monroe, I get passed on the left side, I get passed on the right side, believe it or not. And people follow you and they get mad. And I mean really mad if you're not going to go 50, 60 miles an hour. There's too many kids. I don't want to, I'm not going to risk someone's life. And then there's that turn that goes between Monroe and what turns into Bascom, right on the other side of the apartment I'm at, and people fly down that street. And it's just, and it seems to be pretty much everywhere. It's the same thing in San Jose. I'm just asking people to slow down. People are getting killed and hurt and accidents. Probably about a month ago, I was driving down one of the streets, and about 15 kids on bikes turned around, started doing wheelies and trying to hit me on the car. And I stopped my car. I'm not going to take a chance with a child, no matter what. And I'm just trying to say, I just hope that message can get out that, there can't be an officer on every corner, and we don't want that anyways. People are adults, supposedly, when they drive cars. Kids are kids, that's a different area. But I shouldn't have said it that way, I'm sorry. A lot of kids, like those wonderful young people speaking there, but I think kids see stuff on the social media, or adults do too, actually. So I shouldn't be separating individuals. It's just scary that, because you're driving a 2,000-pound piece of metal, and it takes time to slow down. It takes time, and it just seems maybe if there could ever be an agendized item where we brainstorm over, because you can't give tickets out all the time. There's got to be another way that other cities have found to just slow folks down a bit. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have a good day.
Thank you. And we happen to have our police chief in the audience, so he heard that as well. So thank you for that, Brian. I think a lot of us agree with you. Charmaine, go ahead, Charmaine, please. You're muted, Charmaine. You're muted. Please unmute yourself, Charmaine. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
I'm so sorry. Good evening, council members and Mayor Gilmore. My name is Charmaine Locascio, and I feel compelled to address the city council tonight on what I believe to be an ethical matter. I do not understand why Mr. Becker, who is entangled with very serious legal issues, is permitted to serve on our council. Santa Clara has always had an excellent reputation, been a very respected city. And now with the findings of the grand jury investigation and the possible misdemeanor and felony charges that may be brought on to Mr. Becker, I just don't understand how he can continue to serve on our council. Lastly, his legal entanglement casts a very dark cloud, in my opinion, on the city. And it's a daunting distraction, not only for the council and the city staff, but also for the city, the citizens of Santa Clara. I was raised in Santa Clara, have always been very proud of that city. And I'm a property owner still, and I care deeply. And I just have to say that I really hope that Mr. Becker finds his moral compass and does the right thing and resigns from his post. Thank you for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Jihad, go ahead, Jihad. You're muted. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Jihad Beachman, and I am the Executive Vice President and General Counsel of the San Francisco 49ers. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak here this evening regarding the July 2nd incident at Levi Stadium. Now, the safety of our guests and the security of the stadium are our highest priorities. Levi Stadium employs industry best practices for security for all events. In collaboration with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, we regularly evaluate those protocols to identify areas for improvement. Now, since the Gold Cup match on July 2nd, we have held a number of productive meetings with Santa Clara Police and Stadium Authority staff. It is my understanding that later this evening, the Executive Director will recommend an independent third-party assessment of screening protocols at Levi Stadium. I'm here tonight to express our organization's support for this idea. We believe that it will build on the growing partnership between our staff, the Santa Clara Police Department, and the Stadium Authority, and the work that has already been done since July 2nd with the common goal of keeping guests safe at all events. Levi Stadium has hosted millions of guests since it opened in 2014. And while we are incredibly proud of our safety record over that time, there's always room for improvement, and we welcome this input from independent experts. In closing, I'd like to thank the Santa Clara Police Department for their professionalism and collaboration on public safety efforts during events at the stadium, and for their quick work in arresting the subject following the incident that took place on July 2nd. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Executive Director for his role in representing the Stadium Authority and the city following that event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mo, go ahead, Mo.
Hi, my name is Mo, and I'm calling for the resignation of Anthony Becker, who continually demonstrates his lack of understanding when it comes to representing the interests of the residents over the interests of special parties. Mr. Becker, you cannot hold a regular job. Your income is from taxpayers of Santa Clara. You have done enough to hurt the people of the city. Step down, save the council stipend for someone more capable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mo. Next, Kale. Go ahead, Kale.
Hello. Anthony Becker is a perfect example of what not to be when representing your city as a public servant. He seems to think that the public serves him. And nobody owes you a damn thing, especially not after you continue to lie and act immaturely towards your peers and constituents. But after all, that's why you're finally getting your well-deserved karma, right? The district attorney has caught on to you, and Suds, you're next. You knowingly withheld incriminating information and proceeded to lie to the grand jury. Both of you are an embarrassment to the city of Santa Clara, so save yourself from further public humiliation and resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? Is there anyone else? I don't see any other. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome. If you could speak in the microphone. Thank you, so we can all hear you.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate all that you're doing in serving the city of Santa Clara. I live in the Old Quad area, and I went to a couple of the Planning Commission meetings, and it was just very interesting. They were dealing with a data center, and you know, the impact that was going to have on the SVP, the Silicon Valley Power. And so they came in, and I wish I had spoke then, but I was too afraid to do that. But apparently you guys are addressing some issue later in your agenda. But what I'm wondering why you don't encourage the idea of having solar panels in the parking lots or on the roofs, and then the battery storage, and then the city incorporating that in their infrastructure. You know, you've got the meter, the Silicon Valley data that's collecting from all of our meters and so forth, and just being on top and being an innovator in that whole area. Even with some commercial lots or whatever, but they can be, you know, these parking lots, solar canopies can be very attractive. You know, you see them in school sites and so forth, and or up on the roof. And so I looked on the internet, and oh my gosh, these solid state batteries, it's coming. I mean, they're already starting to produce them this year. There's two organizations. It's called, it's a funny name, Prius, Prius. It's in Fremont. It's right across from Tesla. And they're able to charge the battery within 6 minutes, 80%. And it's got double the capacity that what they're producing right now. And then there's another one in China, Catyl, C-A-T-Y-T-L, and three of the automobile industries, Toyota, Tesla, and Volkswagen are investing money in them. So it's happening. So, you know, we could give and take with the data centers, you know, they're taking a lot. So why can't they give back and be part of you know, they put in these solar panels to help with the city, and so thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Ron, go ahead, Ron.
Hi. I have 2 minutes to tell you what happens when people drink. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. For over 5 years, I've owned property near the stadium, and the stadium makes money. People who perform at the stadium make money, and the city might be making money, but I don't make money, and I have to kind of clean up the mess. And there's certain things I'll do, but if it comes to basically excrement at your front door, which is a recurring thing, kind of have to draw the line. The police, the parking people, the stadium commission, and the Uber Lyft people can do things a bit different to help. The police aren't doing that bad, but you know where I am, and I'm kind of tired of coming to you guys and telling the problems and some of the solutions. If you really want to make things better, maybe you ought to visit a guy who's pretty well been through every single event since the stadium was first built. That's it, guys.
Thank you. Jing, go ahead, please. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jing. Actually, I have two kids swimming with the Santa Clara Swimming Club since 8 years ago. And my kids, swimming is become part of their life since they were 5 years old. Pretty much every day, they spend 2-3 hours in the pool. And as you all know, since April, we lost the pool because the maintenance, after maintenance, we found the pool is not able to back to work. So my kids feel like, part of their life gone. It's a very important portion of their, the whole topic and their friend. And this makes our life, it's like, right now it's pretty, messed up. Basically, they're frustrated and they have some Olympian level swimmer friend from 5 years old moving out of the city and go to some other places because they have better facility and a better pool time. Especially for kids like over 12, they need more and more pool time. So I hope you guys can understand how important this pool is for my kids and for the kids like them. It's part of their spirit and the life. So we hope the city can consider help us get the pool back, get them enough water time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jing. Lainey, go ahead, Lainey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Lainey and I am a resident of Santa Clara. I am calling once again to ask Council Member Anthony Becker to do the right thing and resign immediately. This is the first issue I have spoken on in my city, but it is so disturbing to me that I can't just sit back, ignore it, and say nothing. Councilmember Becker was indicted by a criminal grand jury. He is awaiting trial. He confessed to Councilmember Jane that he gave confidential information to the 49ers and lied about it to the grand jury. What did Councilmember Jane do? Nothing. Councilmembers Hardy, Shahal, and Park joined Jane in refusing to condemn Becker's actions, perhaps because they are complicit in his illegal activities. Councilmember Becker is still making decisions for our city, even those involving the special interest that he leaked confidential information to, the 49ers. It's very clear when I speak to my peers about this situation, overwhelmingly the response is disbelief and shock. Yet Councilmember Becker is only accountable by votes to District 6 residents, yet he continues to harm the rest of the city with his proven allegiance to a special interest, which may cost him time in jail. Is the council majority so devoid of ethics, morals, and accountability in the situation that they are blind to how they are received by the public? How deep does the perception of council corruption have to go before the majority realize that our city has a problem with them? How much goodwill does millions of dollars in campaign contributions from the 49ers in favor of your elections extend your priority placement of their needs above the public? Many in the public are quietly watching. As just a first step to cleaning up our city, please do all of us a favor, Anthony Becker, and resign from the city council seat you do not deserve any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yan, go ahead, Yan. Yan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Hi, my name is Yang. I'm with Santa Clara as well. We have been with the club since we moved from Pennsylvania to California in 2014. And my daughter was 4 years old when she joined the Learn to Swim program, and now we've been there ever since. Over years, I can see how much impact swimming has had on her. Not only she learns sportsmanship, makes some great friends, also help her physically, mentally. She was very grumpy after school sometimes. Just after practice, she would tell me she feel much better. She feel very happy. I also has another child. She's just turned 4, and he just started learn to swim program as well. And we would like him to follow his sister's path, to get great benefits from the swimming. ISC has been part of our life. As a matter of fact, when we were looking for a house, we decided to become residents of the city of Santa Clara just to stay close to the pool. But ever since I becoming the resident, I start noticing all the facilities around us disappearing, like BMX track, golf course, even Great America. In last election cycle, I received a stack of flyers regarding the fight between the city and 49ers. The amount of taxpayers' money was spent on fighting this was enormous, and it could easily be spending on our communities. I would like our city to focus more on our community rather than spending so much effort on big franchise. It's very frustrating and heartbroken to see all these great infrastructures previous generations built, but all falling apart in our generations. Yeah, please. But I was very happy to see the city was able to secure funds for magical bridge playgrounds at Central Park. I would like to see more of that. Please spend more time, pay more attention to our local communities rather than fighting with 49ers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Helen, go ahead, Helen, please. Helen?
Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
This is
Go ahead.
Narciso. I am a resident of the North Side Santa Clara since 1978, particularly in the Fairy Glen, Catherine Hughes area. I just want to raise my concern regarding the July 2nd event at the stadium. Our neighborhood was a mess. It became the parking area for the stadium guests. And I'm afraid that it becomes the norm for the guests since they have discovered this particular neighborhood already to park. And there was a sign there at the entrance. However, there wasn't anybody manning it, and it used to be a police officer assigned to those areas. And of course, the guests ignored those signs and they just park anywhere. And the residents don't even have any space to park anymore. So I hope that, the future events, they will resolve this issue and do something permanent rather than, every event, this becomes a problem. And also the trashes that were left in the area, in the neighborhood, that was a concern. So it's really a disgusting, issue for the residents here. Thank you. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak? I just want to say on the swimming issue, we're on it. City Manager, did you want to make any comments about that? Because I know that there's a big concern in our community about this, and we heard the concern last council meeting, and I suspect we're going to continue to hear it. So I want to make sure that we're communicating with the public as to the efforts that we're trying to make to get everything back online.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, and to the council and members of the community here. Know that staff certainly understands the concerns, absolutely. The International Swim Center has been closed for several weeks now, and it has been closed more than 100 days over the last 365 days. The core challenge with that facility is that it's more than 50 years old, and it's really approaching the end of its life. There are current equipment failures, and staff is working with vendors to have specialized parts made, as well as we undertake repairs, we find other repairs that are needed. And so know that the city team here and our maintenance crews are doing everything we can to return that facility back to an operational state. As well as the council and the community should know that we have reached out to a number of the swim clubs and have supported and even financially subsidized their obtaining swim space in other facilities, and we will continue to look for ways to do that. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a situation where the city does not have the funds to undertake a reconstruction of the International Swim Center, and that's been the case for quite some time. And so we do have a process already in place where we will be having a policy setting conversation with the City Council as we approach November 2024 and potentially look at capital bonds to help replace a wholesale replacement because given the age of the facility, major investment is needed. But in summary, we absolutely understand that our swim center is a well-loved facility and it has been down for maintenance and we are working very hard to return it to an operational state.
Thank you. And in the meantime, we're trying to get our school district and others to assist us to provide you the water time that you need closer by than going to Independence High School. So, okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you. We're going to move on now to items that we pulled forward. And the first item was item number 9, which is action on a written petition submitted by myself and Councilmember Watanabe requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to schedule a special meeting to receive a detailed report from Manco, the new stadium manager and staff, including the police department, to discuss the operations of the stadium, both inside and outside in the surrounding community as it relates to the soccer match, which took place on July 2nd, 2023, between Mexico and Qatar, or Qatar, as they say. So I ask that this item be placed on the agenda for the mere fact that Councilmember Watanabe and I went out to the stadium during the last event at the soccer game, and there was quite a few things that we saw that concerned us. And some of those things, I'm reading my own petition here, was most particularly certainly the violence that took place inside and outside the stadium is a huge concern because as the public, we are publicly own that stadium. We want to make sure at all times that our guests that are both fans that are coming to watch events or attending a concert or whatever they're doing, that they're safe, as well as the surrounding community is safe, and everybody has a wonderful time when they attend these events. We don't want to see evidence of this violence inside or outside our stadium. We were in the neighborhoods and we didn't see a single public safety officer protecting any of the neighborhoods, and they were virtual parking lots in every neighborhood. So we want to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future, and it didn't happen when the stadium was first built and we had those neighborhood protections. It was really important that the neighborhood, we heard from one of the neighbors, that they're able to enjoy their neighborhood, especially during events, because we want to have a lot of events at the stadium, so we're concerned about that. The illegal vendors outside the stadium, I've never seen anything like the illegal vendors selling food from suitcases, alcohol to anybody that wanted it, other things they were selling, and they were also setting up in the residential neighborhoods as well. Selling things just everywhere. Illegal vendors, okay. Alcohol sales, just everywhere. Alcohol sales from the illegal vendors and in the neighborhoods as well. We went the next day as well. Oh, plus we noticed questionable entrances, magnetometers not working, questionable entrances to the event. We witnessed it with our own eyes and talked to the landmark security people that were doing that as well. So we have great concern. We went the next day and there was garbage all left in the neighborhoods, in our parks, on our city streets. It was really, really horrible. So we want to get this under control. We have big events coming up, not just in the next couple weeks, throughout the summer. We have major events that we're going to be hosting, and if this is an indication of how the stadium is operated and managed, then we have a problem. We have a lot to take care of before we can properly host these events. So this should not take a council meeting. I think we need a special meeting with all of those people involved so we can all come together. I'd also like to see when we have this meeting that we pull out our conditions of development, we look at our contracts and see what the responsibilities are for parking and neighborhood protections that are in the contracts, so that we know who's responsible for what and who needs to be held accountable for what. So I'd like to see that. So no, we're not supposed to have extended discussion, but Councilmember Watanabe, you're the co-author of this.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you've expressed a lot, and of course, a lot of the information was in the petition that we submitted. I do want to thank Helen Narciso for calling in this evening. She lives in Fairway Glen, and I've had several conversations with her and a lot of the other neighbors that were impacted by all of the parking in the neighborhoods. Residents were not able to park on their streets. Plus, they witnessed a lot of unsavory behavior that is mentioned in the petition. When the mayor mentioned about how we drove around, we spent 3 hours on Sunday evening driving all through the north side and then spent time walking around the stadium. And what was disturbing was just to see how all of the streets were packed full of cars parked that didn't belong there. Then once we came out of the neighborhoods, we went to the stadium directly and walked, as the mayor said, and just observed a lot of illegal vending and not just on Tasman, but also on Great America Parkway, a lot of illegal vending taking place. And as the mayor mentioned, I think the most concerning was when we understood how the magnetometers were not operating, and people were being wanded as they were being led into the stadium. And it just, begs the question, what kind of security is that? This is not the first rodeo hosting a CONCACAF event. And so there should be provisions put in place. As a matter of fact, I looked at the CONCACAF Gold Cap regulations, and according to some of the paragraphs mentioned, the local organizing committee actually has a responsibility to work with CONCACAF, and that local organizing committee would be MANCO and Bay Area Host Committee. And they are supposed to work with CONCACAF to organize, promote, host, and stage the matches in the competition, as well as the security for the duration thereof, including and not limited to providing a final accounting for the tournament, including payment of the percentages due to CONCACAF within 30 days. But some of the other provisions and responsibilities include guaranteeing, planning, and implementing law and order, as well as safety and security in the stadiums and other relevant locations in conjunction with the local authorities. The FIFA and/or CONCACAF stadium safety and security regulations or guidelines shall apply as the minimum standards to be used during the competition, ensuring the presence of a sufficient number of ground staff and security stewards to guarantee safety of teams, match officials, and spectators. And finally, securing liability insurance against possible spectator accidents or deaths. Those are just a few of the regulations that are to be imposed during events like this. And, a couple of months ago when we learned that there had been a restructuring at the stadium and a new stadium manager or people were put in security positions in an effort to reduce costs, and still work with the police department. I had grave concerns when I heard about that, because I know our police department has worked very hard to put practices in place to secure the, not just the stadium itself, but, the people that attend there, to make it a great fan experience for everybody. So I have a lot of questions regarding knowing now that there were some security risks. There were security risks as a result of the magnetometers not working, not just to the public, but to our police officers, our fire department, and all the outside agencies that come and support these events. There's all of those things have been put in place, and so what happened? What changes were made? I want to know, and it's just why I support, this petition to bring back a report for us to be able to know what exactly happened and why were there changes. Like I said, this is not the first CONCACAF event at the stadium. You would imagine that people would have learned by now what the best practices should be to make that a successful and a safe event for everybody. So obviously I support this petition, and I would also, regarding landmarks, I know security was at the entrances, and I would like, as the mayor mentioned, about contracts coming back as part of this report, I would like to have a landmarks contract to come back as well as part of that report, and see what I guess what the scope of that contract is. So that's, I could add a lot more, but again, we're not supposed to talk a whole lot, but I would like to go ahead and make a motion for this item to be placed on I believe we were looking at the July 18th agenda.
No.
It won't come, okay.
Future agenda.
Okay, so I'm asking then that this item be placed on a future agenda, and with the requests that the mayor and I have included in the petition, and just bring a report back at a special meeting to discuss.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. The 18th, that only gives gives like 2 days or 3 days to do a report. So we want to make sure it's a report. I wanted to add something to that because it's something that I didn't think we had to deal with in the past, but I saw all of this with my own eyes. The next day, there was a tremendous amount of garbage in the neighborhoods, in our parks, all over our streets, everywhere. Bottles, cans, unmentionable things, fast food thing, everywhere. And I saw like our city park staff cleaning up the parks. So is the city paying for this cleanup, which according to Measure J, we're not supposed to be paying for anything. So I want to look into that. That wasn't an issue that we had before, but we had streets filled with garbage, including major streets like Great America Parkway and Tasman. Major streets having bottles, cans, garbage all over the businesses as well. Some parking lots were cleaned up very well, and others were a mess. So who takes care of that? So I was concerned about that because I believe that our city staff our city crews are having to clean that up, and I don't know if we're being reimbursed for that. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. First thing that comes to mind right now is, boy, I think most of us are trying to regret bringing the stadium here now. We knew this was coming. I'm supporting this motion, and I am because it is something that we need to have a discussion about. I think we need to have a fuller discussion because we are basically refrained from doing that. It's 100% why I supported the Neighborhood Relations Committee, and I think I hope that at the next one that you guys did take pictures, you did bring video, something that we can see this on, because I would love to see that too at our next meeting. I know I took pictures at the concert in 2022 afterwards to make sure that things are going appropriately. So I hope that we have that on the report as well. But I will be supporting this motion hopefully at one of the next meetings because again, it's unacceptable for this to happen. especially when we will be having events like the World Cup and a Super Bowl here. And I think we need to work out all those kinks before that happens. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to learn from those mistakes.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly, I didn't anticipate a stabbing at the stadium. I'm wholeheartedly in support of this, which is why I proposed the Stadium Neighborhood Relations Committee, which would tackle issues of complaints like noise and trash and defecation and violence around the stadium. That's exactly why I proposed that. And it's unfortunate that people opposed the establishment of that, but certainly a number of these things would be covered by that. So I wholeheartedly support having this special meeting.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I think these were some of the concerns when opposition to Measure J were bringing forward that if we have a stadium here, we will face these issues. That time has come, like we are facing these issues, the neighborhood is facing these issues, and these issues were raised by the opponents of Measure J, actually. So here we are, what can we do? And I will be supporting this motion because we need to make sure our neighborhoods are protected. Neighborhoods have a quality of life which is protected for them. And there is always something can be done which we can improve by our experience, what has gone bad, why it has gone bad. And on top of that, I would also request the staff if they can bring some comparative scenarios. Like this is not the only NFL stadium or stadium in the country. There are other stadiums in the country. So if there are other case studies where they faced the similar situation and what were the results, what were the improvements they made so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And we bring forward our solutions, basically. The thing is we need to improve the operations and we need to improve the issues we are facing in the neighborhood. And security lapses, magnetometers not working, that's a pretty serious charge, and we have to make sure that doesn't happen, and we put in place some backup solutions, like what we can do if this thing happens. So I hope when this item is brought forward, it is well researched and brought forward. And I appreciate city manager, stadium executive directors. You already had, I think, 2 or 3 meetings with the Manco and other stakeholders on this thing, and we got the memorandum you sent. I appreciate that, but I think a lot more to be done and brought forward. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council. Just a couple things. The item as written calls for an item to be placed on a future meeting to schedule a special meeting. I think the discussion that you've had, there's a desire to go straight to scheduling the special meeting. So I just want to clarify that your action will be to delegate to staff the responsibility to schedule that special meeting. I also want to say that staff and myself as the executive director also supports having a special meeting. And in the letter that I submitted to you, staff is going a step further and committing to embark on an external review of entrance procedures, ticketing, as well as neighborhood impacts. And that process will take some time, but we will bring that back to you at a separate meeting after the meeting that you're delegating for us to schedule. But know that we certainly understand, and there's no way to sugarcoat it, there were significant negative impacts from this event. And in the city of what's possible, it should be possible to have an event at the stadium that still allows people to enjoy their community and not have so many negative impacts both inside and outside. And you have my commitment that we will work with all of our partners to understand what happened, make improvements, and also support you in your policy setting process.
Thank you. I just know time is of the essence, and we have many events coming up, and we just cannot have a repeat of what happened this last Sunday. So do you have any idea when you say it'll take some time, what some time means?
Sure. Let me articulate on that point. What I understand the board and the council to be asking for is a special meeting to discuss this and debrief July 2nd, and the request is as soon as possible. So we
It would be after our council break anyway, no matter what.
Right, so-
like September, are we looking at?
We are looking to schedule that special meeting in September.
Okay, thank
that
you.
that you're requesting.
I wanted our public to be able to hear that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had two more things. There's been talk about the proposed relations, neighborhood relations committee. I just want to add that my understanding is that's not coming forward until sometime next year. And as you said, Mayor, time is of the essence here. So next year is too late. So the sooner we can get a report and some answers, the better. I also want to add, city manager or executive director, that back in towards the end of 2018, there was former city manager Deanna Santana actually had a meeting, and where Oakland and former chiefs, police chiefs from Oakland and San Francisco came, and they met with our then police chief and members of the staff to talk about best practices, better best practices at the stadium, and using, their institutional knowledge from overseeing like 3 sports franchises, working with 3 sports franchises, and supporting really large events, like the Warriors Parade, things like that. And so they brought a lot of great knowledge, and I believe there was a report and to give advice about police deployment plans, not just in the stadium, but also outside the stadium and in the neighborhoods as well. And we understood that report was to be used again to improve how everything was operating out there. So if there's some way, I don't know if the police chief has access to that report or could get you that report. So because the city has already invested money into that report and getting a plan in place. So it would be nice to know where it is and maybe not totally reinvent the wheel when coming back with a report.
Councilmember Becker? Your light's still on.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to add a friendly amendment because I don't know if we need to for the specific things that Councilmember Chahal said, Councilmember Jane had said, and also kind of what I want. Will we need to do special, I guess, friendly amendments to add those things in, or is that something that the staff could take?
Madam Mayor, I think what we're in the process of is, if I may speak, the city manager is gathering all of your thoughts, on what should be included in that to help us develop the agenda for that. So your comments, I think, would be in order.
Okay, so
without a formal amendment.
Without a formal. Okay, yeah, perfect. So then, again, I do want to see. If you said that you guys saw it, please bring the pictures, bring video. That would be perfect for us to help analyze this and compare. I do want to see that the comparison with other stadiums. That's, I think, also important. The Neighborhood Relations Committee, I think we should be fast tracking that considering what just happened. And then also about the legal vendors kind of stuff, which I think you guys already took all that down. But I definitely want to see this taken care of and addressed as soon as possible.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to go to the public. Any member of the public would like to speak? All right, go ahead. Howard. Hello, Howard.
Yeah, I'm back. You guys moved this agenda up real quick on me. But yeah, I really encourage all of you guys to get together on this and really work on the security out there. I, as a person, I'm out there all the time. I see a lot of stuff. I've come in, I've told a lot of you guys about stuff that I see out there. So it's only a matter of time till something really bad happens. And, a stabbing's pretty bad, but there's going to be more out there. I've watched people get pretty wasted and get stupid out there. So this is probably what the stabbing was about. Somebody got drunk, got stupid. So I hope you guys can really get together and really work hard with each other. And I really support the mayor and Kathy for coming up with this. I really hope you guys get on board and maybe figure out ways to add to it and make that a safer community out there. You know, pretty soon you're going to have a lot of rich people. I mean, a lot of rich people. I'm hearing those places are going to sell for millions of dollars for a little one-bedroom apartment type stuff. And you have this kind of stuff going on. You're not going to like it. So really, I don't know what more I can say, but that area is getting pretty bad. And I hope you guys can really work on getting something taken care of. And you guys have a lot of things. You guys don't like each other and all that, but come together and work on this. Make the city proud of you. Thank you for all your time, and I am out of time. Thank you again. Bye.
Thank you, Howard. Chief?
Seems appropriate.
It seemed appropriate, yes. Welcome.
You know, Councilmember Jane made a comment that he didn't expect a stabbing out there. Well, unfortunately, the police department, we did. There's a certain fan base at certain events where we have violence. We had a stabbing the last event, we had one this event, and our fear is that this violence will continue. I support the proposal 100%. I think the idea of an independent review is great. I think that an independent review is going to show that the police department has a robust presence at the stadium and that we adhere to best practices. I was very excited to hear the 49er representative on the call earlier, because I believe there will be probably some recommendations for improvements for our safety partners. And I hope that those improvements can be implemented quickly and regardless of cost. The bottom line is the safety is the priority, not profits. And you know, just a final comment. Again, I've discussed the Neighborhood Relationships Committee. I don't think that's going to benefit. I think it's just going to be a venue for people to complain where we already know what the complaints are: the trash, the parking, the vending. We just need to solve those problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Vincent? Oh, you're here. Hello, Vincent. Welcome.
And thank you. I don't want to reiterate the problem statement about the my Fairway Glen neighborhood and the trash around it, around Catherine Hughes, that neighborhood. Especially during stadium events, and due to the absence of any real deterrent or enforceable rules. I think that's kind of been a roadblock as of late. Most of us who have been in a car that's had a cracked windshield, right? And if that crack doesn't get fixed, eventually that crack will spread and that windshield becomes unsafe and dangerous. Right now, the garbage that you've seen is the crack in the windshield, so you kind of see where I'm going with that analogy. My neighbors and I cannot ignore this crack in the windshield and are asking for the council's help in curbing the littering and loitering on event days in a reasonable and feasible manner, especially in light of the stabbing last week and not to mention beatings and fights from 2015 and 2018 as well. The city cannot be idle in this matter and pull a Bruno Mars and leave the door open for violence and illegal activity to spill into our neighborhood, my neighborhood, right? Putting families and kids at risk just because one stranger from outside the neighborhood is looking for free parking and maybe has had too much to drink and starts a fight, and maybe even with someone from the neighborhood who's just walking their dog, right? That's definitely within the realm of possibility. Picture that in your own neighborhood. Now, we're not asking for the moon. Again, reasonable and feasible, and no solution is going to be ironclad. But there needs to be something done, visible, tangible, enforceable. Like a 30 mile per hour speed limit isn't going to stop you from speeding, but it's going to stop you from going 100, right? No parking sign is going to stop everyone, but it's going to make you think twice before stopping there. So in conclusion, we'd ask you, the council, to be thoughtful and creative and decisive in your approach so that we can repair this crack in our windshield. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Did it. Perfect. Mark, go ahead, Mark, online, I think. There you go.
Hi,
Hi.
I want to echo what Howard has said and the last speaker has said, that I really encourage the council to work together to solve this issue. I'm surprised that this is presented as if no issues have taken place before at the stadium. This is an ongoing issue and should have been addressed and could have been addressed much earlier. I also have to say, if you're relying on a neighborhood relations committee to be productive, you only have to look at the neighborhood university relations committee to understand that there is nothing that happens as a result of the neighborhood university relations committee. All the good things that have been done at the because of the university and or because of the individuals in the neighborhood who have stepped up to make changes. So the city needs to address the issues that it has. The police should be there. They should be protecting the neighborhoods. They should be protecting our citizens. The council, I support the work the council has done previously to hold the 49ers accountable. And any member of the council who does not hold the 49ers accountable for the condition of the stadium should be removed from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else? I want to make some final comments because I think one of our last speakers had made some really good points that now the word is out. There's free parking in the neighborhoods. It's not being enforced, and you know it's open season everywhere. And you know, when I was out there in Fairway Glen and other neighborhoods, and I thought, wow, if I lived here, I'd be really mad, like really mad. And I thought, no, this is unacceptable. And I know it's been going on for a long time. I also want to mention that one thing that really irritated me was the garbage thrown at the soccer park. They just threw it over the sides right in front of the landmark, people throwing garbage behind the soccer park sign, the youth soccer park sign, all kinds of things happening behind that sign and in the bushes, and just garbage and mess and alcohol and drugs, and what a mess, just an absolute mess. I was so disgusted with the whole situation there that just wasn't proud of what was going on there, and we have to do something, and it's taken a long time, and this has been cumulative. It's been just adding and adding and adding, and this is the worst I've ever seen, the worst. So we are definitely going in the wrong direction, and whether it's new management that just got in there, I don't know. I've never met the new manager. I know we have council members that meet regularly with them, but I haven't. I don't know who she is, but we have to get it under control. So I appreciate you, Executive Director, taking the reins on this and getting that independent investigation and review of our security. But we have the whole outside to take care of. And I want to commend our police department because from what I witnessed out there, our officers were doing their very best with the resources that they had. And there were other incidents that took place. Believe me, there's videos all over Twitter. Just take a look of the fights inside, outside, you know, public safety officers being hit over the heads with bottles. And it's amazing what you can find on social media, how people love to pull out their cameras. So there's a problem both inside and outside that stadium that we cannot ignore, and I'm really happy that we're going to do this. So I hope this passes unanimously and we can get going. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I ask the maker of the motion just to confirm the motion? Is this to agendize a special meeting sometime in September to discuss the matters as outlined in the 030 submitted?
Yes, and I believe with the additional comments that were made by council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, council, and thank you, chief, for being here as well. All right, we have item number 10, action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Councilmember Jane, requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to establish a budget for support of public meetings, outreach for the Charter Review Committee, city web pages, and the cost of placing measures on the ballot. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to read from my 030. On June 24th, 2022, I submitted a 030 for the council to consider ballot measures to change the chief of police and city clerk positions from elected to appointed. On August 30th, 2022, the city council voted to place this item on a future council agenda for action. On June 6th this year, council had held a study session to discuss possible actions, including creating a charter review committee. At that June 6th council meeting, council took specific actions and gave direction to staff. First, we voted that the city council may take actions during the study session. Staff had a presentation with questions and options for council direction, as well as a schedule of deadlines to meet the March 5th, 2024 election date. Council voted to establish a charter review committee, a CRC, that would look at possible charter amendments for both chief of police and city clerk on the March 5th, 2024 ballot. Council also voted that each council member would appoint one resident from their district to a 7-member CRC, with the mayor appointing an at-large member. So that is in process right now. Given that the council has already directed staff to proceed with forming and supporting a CRC, I'm now asking that we place on a future agenda an action item to appropriate funds to support that CRC. That includes public meetings, outreach, city web pages to support the CRC, and the cost of placing ballot measures on the ballot. So that is my 030.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I am wholeheartedly in support of this. I'm going to make a motion to support this petition. And I heard Councilmember Jane saying that being at the next meeting, and I'm wondering if that will be the 7/18/23 meeting. Or if that's okay in that direction.
I was going to make comments. I think all this is already in the budget. So I don't know why we're putting it in twice. So maybe we can answer that question as well.
All right, I will take that as my cue. All right, council, members of the public, Javon Grogan, city manager. I believe what we have is a 030 request from Councilmember Jane to agendize a meeting whereby the city council can fully fund, a la appropriate funds for the potential ballot initiatives that the council member mentioned. We do have money within the current budget to support our ballot process. However, we do not have all of the funds that are needed, and let me step through that briefly. So in the current budget, we have $360,000 appropriated to initiate our work. Common, typical Santa Clara process where we allocate funds during budget time to do a lot of the pre-work. In this case, a charter review commission, doing analysis, potentially likely voter surveys, and the $360,000 that's allocated now was intended to fund efforts for a potential March measure, as well as potential November 24 measures, because a lot of that work needs to happen in this current budget year. In addition, because we adopt a 2-year budget, we have allocated or appropriated $420,000 for next year's budget, the 24-25 budget. That budget is to support the council member elections that will take place, but we may need additional funds for that election as well, depending on the number of measures that the council may decide to put on. As currently configured, there is not a requirement that the city council take an appropriation action at this moment. What staff mentioned in the June 6th report is that we would, as it says here, if approved, budget amendments will be brought separately to the council for approval. Our normal practice is to make sure that the budget has enough funds for the pre-work, and then when we get to the decision point where council is making a decision to put a measure on the ballot, we also take an appropriation decision at that time. What I understand the council members' request is to change that process, and before you get to that decision on putting a measure on the ballot, undertake a budget amendment so that the budget has enough funds appropriated should council decide to take that action. And so it's one of those things where we both don't have to take an appropriation action right now. We have enough funds budgeted, but it is totally within the council's right to say, you know what, we would like staff to return for a appropriation to fully fund an effort that we may decide to do in the future. And it would be a budget amendment to do that.
Okay, so no specific, we don't have to provide any specific date then. Councilmember Jane, is what you were trying to go for in your petition?
I didn't specify a date.
Okay, so then I'm not going to put any date certain on it. I'm just going to make the motion to put this on a future agenda.
Okay, there's a motion to put on a future agenda. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we just had extensive budget discussions. I don't know why this was not raised at that time, so it could be considered. City Manager, I have a question. You mentioned about the appropriation measure. That would, any kind of a budget amendment would require 5 votes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Interesting. So we're asking for this to be put on an agenda now or as soon as possible, and it would require 5 votes.
I think the question is the we. And so you have a request from a member of the council, Councilmember Jane, to schedule a meeting for that action to occur. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I have reservations about that, but also, I mean, we haven't even formed the Charter Review Committee yet. I know the names are being gathered and the appointments to that committee, but I think it's very premature to be having this discussion at this time, especially knowing that the Charter Review Committee has not met to have any of these discussions yet. So for all we know, nothing may get placed on the ballot. So I think this conversation is very premature. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I do support the motion, and this is just an appropriation we are trying to do. And it doesn't mean if we appropriate that is being spent or not being spent. That's at all. If Councilmember Jane's request is we need to have funds for the project, whatever Charter Review Committee and all the activities related to that, and as such, I would say, why not appropriate the money right now so that we give clear guidance to our staff, our finance staff, so that they know that, okay, this is coming, and they can have a better knowledge about the budget, and they have a better idea of appropriation on that. So I would say we can appropriate this thing on July 18th, next meeting, and I'll add that to the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I know the line's a little bit blurry on these items. We're starting to get into deliberations on the substance of the matter in terms of whether the appropriation, now or later is appropriate. I think the proposal is to agendize, that debate and that deliberation. So I'm just reminding the council that this is more of a procedural item. Questions about the nature of the item and whether or not, the timing of it, is necessary at this time. are reasonable, but I want to caution you about getting too deep into deliberations on the substance of it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll second the motion with the change that this should be brought back on July 18th.
Okay. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Park.
Okay, I accept that then.
Can I have clarification? Was that you want to bring this back on July 18th, next meeting,
That's correct.
next week?
I'll accept his friendly amendment then.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I want to be very clear. First of all, this vote was just simply to agendize an item. Doesn't require 5 votes. If we voted at a subsequent meeting to change the vote, to change the budget, then that would take 5 votes, be out of the budget cycle. I guess my question is, what would be the effects if we didn't have this meeting? Meaning, it sounds like we do, for the short term, have the budget to do the charter review, to support the charter review committee. You said that we don't have all the funds. We could appropriate them at any time. But we have some funds that we could use, towards any of these issues. And if we are lacking funds when we get to ballot measure and other things like that, we could appropriate funds at that time. Is my understanding correct there?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then how long would it take to set up a meeting to appropriate? I'm assuming that you would see this coming up and you would agendize it at the soonest possible, or the most reasonable time, the most reasonable agenda item, council meeting, knowing that we're trying to get on a, March 2024 ballot, or trying to get something else. You would know, you would work back to see, when we need the funds, and you would bring the item up at council at the appropriate time. Is that my understanding correct?
Yes, staff would aim to schedule or bring the item as soon as possible, as we normally do. I will say for this item, the analysis has been done. It was contained within your June 6th staff report. The approximate appropriation is roughly $430,000, and I think that's the amount that we would be bringing back to you for appropriation, knowing that the money would only be spent if that appropriation was approved, if there was a subsequent decision to place items on the ballot.
Okay, and just clarity there, like you said, we already had $360,000 intended to fund efforts for potential ballot measures, and that would mean that we would allocate approximately an additional $70,000, or?
So you're looking at the June 6th report, where it talks about the registrar voter cost of approximately $362,000.
I see.
That should actually not be confused with the $360,000 that we have budgeted. And it's important to note that in this current budget year, the 23-24 budget year, because the City Council has discussed potential November ballot items, we need funds to do that analysis and research, and that's what the $360,000 would be used for. For example, similar to an item that came up tonight, a potential capital bond for a swim center. We need to do that work in this current budget year, and that's why we budgeted the $360,000. And so the full $430,000 that would be needed for a potential March ballot item for a special meeting related to the elected clerk and the elected chief is approximately $430,000. And that's the appropriation request that we would be bringing to council if you support the item that is before you.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the petition to bring this forward for 2 reasons. One, we just approved our budget at the last meeting. If so, this should have been in that budget. And secondly, we are forming the Charter Review Committee right now. Right now, we're forming it. But if you're jumping the gun and saying we want to squirrel away money because we're going to put it on the ballot anyway, no matter what the Charter Review Committee says, that's the kind of message I think we're sending, that you're already making the decision to put this on a ballot when we haven't even started the public outreach on this issue of the elected chief and the elected clerk. So I think it's certainly appropriate that we stick with the policy of what we've done in the past, that if a charter review committee comes back and recommends that we put it on a ballot, then we put it on the ballot if that's what they recommend. But if they don't, why are we taking money and moving it around now, a meeting after our budget, because maybe you're trying to avoid the 5 votes? I mean, this makes no sense whatsoever, so I'm voting against putting it on. It's wasting our time. It's sending a message to our public that, you know, we're going to put the money out anyway, regardless of what you tell us on this item. I think we should have really honest public outreach on these 2 issues. Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah, just to clarify, because your comments make it a little bit muddled, but I think that the additional monies that are being requested are for the public meetings and the outreach.
No.
For the Charter Review Committee.
That's incorrect.
I mean, that's kind of what it says.
I
Motion
want to
says.
double check. We have $360,000 in right now that we approved for the outreach and other items, correct, City Manager?
Yes, it was
Yes.
for initial work
Initial
on
work, right.
potential ballot measures. As detailed in the June 6th report, the total of $430,000 would be needed to cover registrar voter costs, as well as printing, translation, publication, and other costs related to putting an item on the March ballot.
If we go to the March ballot, which
Yes.
isn't certain at this point.
And I'm hearing, I'm going to ask the question previously as well, that, you know, it's for the initial work we budgeted, but we do not have everything budgeted. In fact, that the amount that we would come up with, that the staff would come to council with, would be higher than the amount that was budgeted previously. So there would be a change. The other thing that I, you know, understand is that no one's avoiding a 5-person vote required for the budget, because that would occur regardless of what happens. There's no way to avoid that. I don't see how putting this item on the agenda would avoid a 5-person vote. Then again, I'm asking the questions, I hear the answers, and it seems fairly clear to me. I'm not going to ask why it's not clear to other people. Thank you.
All right, public, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this? Come forward.
Hi. Again, they're going after the chief of police and the clerk there. I got a great idea. I just heard this guy say $430,000 to get it on the ballot and everything else, maybe another $70,000. That's $500,000. Why don't you guys go to Jeb York and say, hey, kick in $500,000. We want to get rid of the chief, and we'll pick your guy for you. That's what you guys are doing. Don't hide behind the BS. That's really what you're doing. Jeb York wants to put the chief in. He wants to destroy city of Santa Clara just like he did Brisbane and South City. He owned them. Right now, he owns 5 of you people. They're going to take the vote away from 180,000 people and put it in the hands of 5. That is wrong. You're talking $500,000 to play this game. You had children in here begging for you to do something about the swim center. Take that $500,000, go throw it into the pool area. Years ago, I came down here. Some of you weren't here yet, and they were talking about the pool. I said, you know what? Why don't you go out and sell 5 houses? That will pay for the fixing the pool. The kids will have good stuff. Create Olympic gold medalists. Sell 5 houses. You guys been arguing over selling some property already. Quit thinking about doing away with 180,000 people's votes. Take that $500,000, put it in a pool. Let the kids swim. That's a little bit better idea with your money instead of trying to destroy the city. Ask Jeb York for it. He can kick it down. He gives you $2 million. He can kick it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Leave the chief alone.
Do we have anyone else? All right, we have a motion and a second to place this on next Tuesday. All right, city manager? There's nothing to say about that. Okay.
Just to clarify, okay, it is for July 18th. I'm sorry. It's in the motion.
Please register your vote. Passes 4-3. Thank you. All right, we're going to move back on now to the agenda. And I don't think we had any consent items pulled for discussion. So we're going to move on to our public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Item number 5, which is adoption of a resolution confirming the weed abatement report and ordering the cost of abatement to be a special assessment on the respective properties described therein. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, this is our annual weed abatement item, and I will turn it over to the fire department.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, and members of the public. Jake Tomlin, Fire Marshal with the Fire Department. There's no PowerPoint presentation this evening, but I'll give you a brief introduction to the item before you. Tonight is a public hearing number 3 of 3 in our annual weed abatement program, confirmation of the 2023 list and assessment of fees to property owners. The weed abatement program is administered on our behalf by the Santa Clara County Department of Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency. The county has been our contractor since 1976. There are 123 parcels in the assessment report with a cost of $105,043.94 before you for consideration. Staff is recommending adoption of the resolution, and the weed abatement manager for the county, Mo Cumbre, and I are here available for any questions.
Thank you. I don't think we have any. Yes, we do. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. As I read this report, I had the question, is our percentage, because the report was for all of the county, and I wondered if our percentage seemed a little bit high, and that's what I wanted to know.
Well, the report before you, Councilwoman Hardy, is just for the city of Santa Clara.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, but the listings then are for some of the owners that are outside of, okay.
Yes, some of the property owners do not live in the city, that's correct.
That's right, because I remembered that. I just made a note. But is this list longer than normal, or is it about the way it normally is?
Another great question. We typically average about 40 to 80 parcels a year, but obviously with the monsoon rains we had this winter and the warm weather, that accounts for the larger parcels. And again, Mo Cumbre could probably tell you what the reality is, not only here in Santa Clara, but throughout the county.
Because I know I have the app on my phone and have turned in a few situations. And I'm a little concerned. I have seen some of them taken care of and some of them have not. And I just wondered what our time frame is as well.
I'll defer to Mo to cover that item.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mo Cumry. I am the manager of the weed abatement program for Santa Clara County. The process that we go through, if you were to give me a complaint today, is we would go out and view the complaint, take pictures, send the property owner a notice that we intend to add them to the program. But then we have to go to steps 1 and 2 for the next season before we can actually forcibly abate the property. So we would have to send them the notice, then send them the same packet we send at the beginning of the year to all the properties on the program, go through the public hearing to include and begin the program. Then we would be able to inspect and address the concerns by cutting the weeds if the property owners don't take care of it.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I understand right, the first notice you sent to the property owner for any weed issues is a warning letter. If they respond that, oh, they had a reason because they were out of town or they were anything, family emergency, you don't bill them anything till you get the first response, or you bill them right away, basically?
We legally cannot bill them until they've been through the first public hearing. So if, in that scenario, if you were to report to me a property today that was non-compliant, I took pictures, I sent them a letter. There's no charge to them at this point.
Okay.
We first have to come back to you, get authorization to go through the process, then do the work, and then come back to this hearing to collect those fees.
Okay, and so basically you give them, when you send a first notice, you give them the warning, hey, we got a complaint, please complete it before this thing comes over here, basically.
We tell them that their property's non-compliant, and they're going to be adding them to the program, and then we're going to go through the process, and they're going to be informed they can come to you in a hearing like this to tell you why they shouldn't be on the program, and you have that option to say that we shouldn't have them in, that they had an appropriate reason.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much for clarification.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from the City Council, and this is a public hearing, so I'd like to open the public hearing for any public comment on this. If so, please come forward. Do we have any online? And do we have any complaints or opposition to this? All right. City Attorney, do I just ask to close the public hearing at this point?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Could I please have a motion to close the public hearing? Second. Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And do we have a motion to abate
Motion.
weeds?
Okay.
Staff
I was gonna make
recommendation.
it. I'll second it. I was going to make it. Adopt the resolution confirming the weed abatement program assessment report.
Okay, that came from the second. So is the second now the first?
I'll second, she could first.
Did you get that,
did
City
have-
Clerk?
Did have my light on.
Okay. When you're ready, vote on that. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Jake and Mo, for coming and presenting this to us. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next, item number 6. Oh, should I ask the staff, would you like a break? No? Yes, no? They say no? I guess we go with the flow. All right, City Manager, we're ready. Item number 6, response to council questions regarding the cleanup campaign alternatives and community survey results presentation from the April 18th, 2023 City Council meeting, and action to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to the exclusive franchise agreement with Mission Trail Waste Systems to add more disposal days at the Mission Trail Transfer Station. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council. This presentation will be presented by Craig Moback, our Director of Public Works. And as you mentioned, it's a follow-up from your April 18th council meeting where you specifically asked staff to come back and present questions that you asked, as well as those responses, and provide the option to increase disposal days. As the director will mention, that's a cost of roughly $15,000 per disposal day, a total of $30,000 should you authorize that, and an impact on the contract of 0.1%. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the director for the presentation.
Welcome.
Yep. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Council. Craig Moback, Director of Public Works. And yes, as you recall, on April 18th, we held a study session and went through cleanup campaign alternatives, went through the public outreach that was done, as well as the public survey and the results on that. And that was based on the request from council to hire a consultant and conduct that sort of outreach and that survey. And so we had hired R3 to do that, and they were with us on the 18th as well. And I have Dave Staub with me here tonight. And so basically what I am going to do is read through the questions and answers. You had asked us to come back and do that. We provided these answers to the questions a couple weeks after the April 18th meeting. So these are the same ones that you've seen before, but you wanted us to read it to the public so they were aware. And then as the city manager mentioned, after that, there's a consideration about authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment to the Mission Trail agreement. So with that, I will get started and go through the questions and answers. I will go through them in the order they are asked by each council member. And so first off, we had questions from Councilmember Jane. What are participation rates from other on-call programs? And partition rates vary through program to program. And some of the examples that we pulled up were San Rafael, which only had a 10% participation rate, Alameda 30%, and Los Altos all the way up to 70%. The second question, does the $6.28 monthly cleanup campaign charge include the 2 free disposal events at the Mission Trail transfer station? And the $6.28 monthly cleanup campaign charge does not fund the free disposal events at the Mission Trail transfer station. The free disposal events are a service provided by Mission Trail Waste Systems at no explicit extra charge as required in its exclusive franchise collection agreement with the city. These events are available to all residents regardless of whether or not they pay the monthly cleanup campaign charge or not. Next, can additional promotions be done to advertise the free disposal events at the Mission Trail transfer station and the on-call collection? And yes, additional promotion of the free disposal events at Mission Trail Waste Systems and the on-call collection program through social media and the city's website can be conducted. Wasn't the main motivation from moving away from the cleanup campaign due to fines from the Regional Water Quality Control Board and requirements to install full trash capture devices in the storm drains? And in 2014, the city received a complaint forwarded by the Regional Water Quality Control Board of 27 instances in which potential storm drain discharge violations were noted during a rain event due to cleanup campaign setouts. And the city investigated all 27 instances, issued enforcement actions for applicable violations, and submitted a report detailing the investigations and actions. Additionally, in 2015, the city moved the cleanup campaign start date out of the rainy season. It used to start in the March-April timeframe, and it was moved to a May start date and instituted a new requirement to place construction and demolition debris into bulk bags. The city did not receive any further action from the Regional Water Control Board after submitting the response. However, it was because of this Regional Water Quality Control Board complaint that the city launched the previous 2014 review of cleanup campaign alternatives. In regards to trash capture, those devices that have been installed in catch basins are not associated with the cleanup campaign. They have been installed to meet certain requirements of the municipal regional stormwater permit that the city is required to follow. Next, I'll move on to questions by Councilmember Hardy. Number one, why don't other cities provide cleanup campaigns similar to ours? The cleanup campaign is a very large undertaking, and it would be challenging for another jurisdiction to implement a similar program starting from scratch. The program requires a staff of approximately 40 Department of Public Works employees on a daily basis for up to 4 weeks. And the Department of Public Works defers most non-safety sensitive maintenance activities during the cleanup campaign. Additionally, in advance of the cleanup campaign, agreements for equipment rental, trucking, and additional as-needed labor need to be procured. So quite a large undertaking. Our staff's been doing it for many years and has the program very well dialed. Next, is the cleanup campaign sustainable after Newbie Island landfill closes? So the Department of Public Works is developing a request for proposals for disposal and composting services to enter into a long-term agreement following the December 31st, 2024 expiration of the Concurrent agreement to use Newbie Island landfill. Staff believes that there is enough capacity and interest in the disposal community to continue the current cleanup campaign program for the foreseeable future. What is the amount paid by other cities per resident for on-call services? And that is unknown to city staff. Other cities with on-call programs do not typically separate the cost in their collection agreements. It's a required service in the agreement, and the costs are embedded into the rates of the services paid to the collection contractors. Next question. Are the free disposal days at the Mission Trail Transfer Station different from the free household hazardous waste drop-off events? And the household hazardous waste drop-off events are conducted by the County of Santa Clara and are separate from the free disposal days at the Mission Trail Transfer Station. Next question. The community survey responses were self-selected. Only those with very strong opinions chose to respond. So those surveys went out to all of our account holders. We received 21% response rate, which was much higher than the 10% response rate targeted. The community support for the cleanup campaign is strong, given that 86% approved, had an 86% approval rating of those responding. Next question. Was unclear on the number of residents who have the cleanup campaign. So there are approximately 47,000 households that receive solid waste services from the city. Approximately 33,000 of them pay for and receive cleanup campaign services, and approximately 14,000 do not receive the service, and therefore they do not pay for it. And finally, there is illegal dumping in non-residential areas which residents are paying for, particularly by Wilcox High School along Calabasas Boulevard. And staff acknowledges there are multiple non-residential locations that are illegal dumping targets during the cleanup campaign. Those areas are collected during the cleanup campaign, and DPW also receives calls throughout the year regarding illegal dumping taking place citywide, and responds to those complaints as they arise and takes care of the illegal dumping. Next, I'll move on to questions from Councilmember Becker. First, how do residents that don't have access to the cleanup campaign dispose of junk? And residents can use the free disposal days at the Mission Trail Transfer Station, make an appointment through Mission Trail Waste Systems for the on-call collection program, or make other arrangements outside of these options provided by the city. Next, how does enforcement of illegal dumping happen? And so the police department is responsible for enforcement of illegal dumping. Persons caught in the act of the illegal dumping can be cited. And the next question, can the police department be informed of illegal dumping hotspots in advance? And can revenue be developed from fines issued? DPW staff can provide the police department with the known hotspots for illegal dumping in advance of specified collection weeks, and request that these locations be patrolled more frequently. And we talked to the PD about that, and obviously that's based on the priorities that they're currently dealing with, but something that it could be possible. And can the city provide more outreach on recycling and reuse, on upcycling and reuse? And the department staff can look for additional ways to encourage residents to reuse unwanted items. It should be noted that both the cleanup campaign promotional information in the city calendar and utility bill insert promote the recyclestuff.org website to look for donation opportunities. Also, the city can intentionally schedule one of the two citywide garage sales in April to provide residents an opportunity to sell unwanted items in advance of the cleanup campaign. And so, and we already do that. I do want to point out, I think I misread that. So we set up the garage sale ahead of the cleanup campaign. The household hazardous waste outreach needs to be enhanced. And so the city promotes the countywide household hazardous waste program in every outreach piece produced for the cleanup campaign, and DPW staff will look for ways to expand the household hazardous waste outreach. Next, I will move to questions from Councilmember Watanabe. What alternatives are available to residents that don't have access to the cleanup campaign? And so we referenced that in Councilmember Becker's response. Next question, what is the cost per pickup of the on-call program? And so the current cost for each on-call collection appointment through Mission Trail Waste Systems is approximately $148. Next, is the $2.5 million cost of the cleanup campaign being subsidized in any way? No, the cleanup campaign is fully funded by the $6.28 per month charge paid by participating households. And do residents that don't take part in the cleanup campaign get drop-off events for free? Yes, all residential solid waste customers have access to the drop-off events at the Mission Trail Transfer Station at no extra charge. And the fifth question, what is the cost to add one more drop-off event per year? And so DPW will have to engage Mission Trail Waste Systems to determine the actual costs. However, based on attendance levels at the current two events, it's estimated that could cost approximately $15,000.
Is that 15 per event, per drop-off, or?
Correct, 15,000 per event.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, and the last question from Councilmember Watanabe. There is street and sidewalk damage incurred during the cleanup campaign. What can residents do if their sidewalk or curb gets damaged? And hardscape damage is one of the negative aspects that can happen during the cleanup campaign. Equipment operators picking up the debris are highly skilled, but damage does occasionally occur over the 4-week period. We go out and repair that damage, and residents can also contact the Department of Public Works at the address street@santaclaraca.gov or call 408-615-3080 to report damages. And next, I will move on to the questions from Councilmember Chahal. Do residents in the Rancho McCormick Homeowner Association pay for the cleanup campaign? And if they don't have space to set materials out, why are they paying? Yes, the residents in this complex do pay for the cleanup campaign. The complex has a limited space to set debris on the street, but they do so each year, so it is applicable to charge them for the service. Staff has reached out to the Homeowners Association and offered to provide some debris bins on their private property for the complex to utilize, as we do for a few other complexes in similar situations. And on April 19th, the Homeowner Association informed staff that they would like to move forward with staging bins on their property. If the billing for the cleanup campaign, is the billing for the cleanup campaign in the utility bills or the garbage utility bills? And the cleanup campaign charge is a separate line item on residents' utility bills, which also includes the electric, water, and solid waste charges. What is the cost of drop-off at the Mission Trail Transfer Station? So as discussed, those events are at no extra charge for our residents, but based on the preliminary information provided by Mission Trail Waste Systems, the cost breaks down to about $65 per resident when you look at the number of attendees and the cost to conduct that event. And then lastly, what are we doing going forward for illegal dumping? And so we talked about that in a couple previous questions, but illegal dumping does happen during the cleanup campaign and year-round. That material is picked up and disposed of. Staff has and will continue to look at options to add signage, make areas more visible and less attractive for dumping, and we'll also provide PD with information about areas that are prone to illegal dumping. And next, I'll move on to the questions from Councilmember Park. Is the reason that 14,000 residents don't participate in the cleanup campaign due to access? And the 14,000 residents that don't participate in the cleanup campaign is because they do not have adequate frontage to set out debris on the street, or the streets are too narrow for large vehicles and equipment to operate in them. Next, do residents that don't participate in the cleanup campaign have access to the free disposal days? Yes, they do. And scavengers sometimes damage reusable items or make a mess when looking for items to salvage. Yes, that is a issue that is frequently brought to staff's attention during the cleanup campaign. And based on the survey results, though, 82% of the respondents do not mind items from their piles being scavenged. There is a significant amount of household hazardous waste placed out during cleanup campaign, and that is acknowledged. And all outreach material produced to promote the cleanup campaign states that the set out of hazardous waste is prohibited and provides direction to make an appointment with the county household hazardous waste program for disposal. However, during the cleanup campaign, the county household hazardous waste team is called upon to collect any illegal placed household hazardous waste that is encountered so that it is properly disposed of. How much material can be disposed of through an on-call collection program? And so currently the 2 cubic yards of loose items can be placed in bulk bags, and up to 3 large items are collected through Mission Trail Waste Systems on-call bulky item collection program. And the last question, aren't there services that pick up certain items like mattresses for free? And the Center for the Development of Recycling, which is operated by San Jose State University students, has an agreement with the county to maintain a database of locations to recycle reuse items and hosts the recyclestuff.org to provide the information. Regarding mattresses specifically, the San Jose Conservation Corps recently received grant funding to pick up and recycle abandoned mattresses at no charge through 2023. And then from Mayor Gilmore, the last question, is there a specific outcome or recommendation from the report? And staff didn't make any recommendation in that last report. However, based on some of the requests about additional drop-off events, we have a potential outcome is for council to direct us to enter into negotiations with Mission Trail Waste Systems to expand the number of drop-off events at the Mission Trail Transfer Station to provide more disposal opportunities for residents, and particularly for those who don't have access to the cleanup campaign. And so what we did is look at options to potentially double that. So right now there's 2 free events. Potentially negotiate with them to bring up to 4 events total. And as mentioned, we'd negotiate. It looks like that cost could be right around $15,000 per event. If that's something that you consider and approve tonight, in the current year, we could authorize 1 additional one based on where we're at with timing and everything, depending on how negotiations go. And then in the future years would be the 2.
So we could have 1 every quarter?
Yeah, roughly.
Increase like roughly every quarter?
Yeah, double what we have now.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, wow. Thank you so much for answering. It took a while. Those were a lot of questions, and I know I learned a lot from all those answers, so thank you. It was very comprehensive. Thank you, Director Mobeck, and Dave Staub as well. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, thank you for answering all those questions. It was a mouthful, and thank you again for all your dedication and all the work you guys put into doing this and the follow-through. I'm going to make a motion to take your alternative 1, but before I do, I just wanted a clarification on one of the slides. Maybe I made a mistake or I'm not reading it correctly, but you said for people going that pay into it, they don't get the pickup, they're able to go over there for free of charge to drop off. In the reverse, if they're paying for it and they don't have a way to drop it off, there is a pickup option, because I'm looking at the on-call collection, or is that a separate issue? I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, good question. So that's a separate program. So the on-call collection program is run directly through Mission Trail Waste Systems. That is when you call, schedule a pickup, there is a cost of approximately $148. Then they will come to your house and pick up those items.
Okay, and if they are paying into it, so if they're paying into the service themselves and they don't have the ability to pick up, are they covered, or is it only for people that are bringing it to the site? So basically, if we have to send people out, we're going to charge, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so 2 separate events. The one at no extra charge is where, yes, you have to bring it to the transfer station yourself. And then there is no extra charge. There's 2 of those events per year.
Okay, thank you. So my motion is to accept staff the recommendation of alternative number 1.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Was that, would be the motion, City Attorney, or to note and file the report and accept alternative one? What do we do with the report? Do we note and file it?
I don't think anything explicit needs to be done with the report, Madam
The
Mayor.
alternative is
Yeah,
okay, the
and
motion?
and then we do need to go to the public, of course, Madam Mayor.
No, I understand that.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to get a motion.
Yep.
Is that enough for a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think we still have some council questions. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, thank you, Director Mobeck and Dave Staub. You know, we have this free compost program, and even as a council member, I miss the notices on those. So for me, promotion of these is critical. Promoting the free drop-off days and the compost days, we need to do better at that. The other thing that is kind of unclear is what can be dropped off. You know, when you do the cleanup campaign, you can have those bags for your construction debris, and you can put bulky items out and all your yard waste. What are the limits to the drop-off when we have these free drop-off days?
For the free drop-off days, Dave?
So Mission Trail will accept up to usually one pickup truck load of material, sometimes a little bit more, but generally speaking, if you can fit it all in a pickup truck load, even if it's above the water line of the truck bed, they'll accept it.
And that's construction debris as well as bulky couches and everything?
Yeah, as long as it's not hazardous material or bio waste or, ammunition, syringes. You see it all in the garbage industry.
Okay, thank you.
Is that similar to what they pick up in the cleanup?
Yeah, if you can drop it off
acceptable
during
to
the cleanup
drop-off?
campaign, you can
Put it in the
take it to
drop-off.
Mission Trail Waste Systems, so. They won't take the hazardous waste from you, though.
No one will take that, that's for sure. All right, Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I recognize that if we put this on now, it would not be on the city calendar. I meant to look, but is it on the city calendar, the drop-off days that we have now, is that listed? Because like Councilmember Jane, I've missed those too. And I'm wondering what we can do more, especially even putting a notice right on the city website, right on the opening homepage.
Yeah, and so I did hear loud and clear about wanting more outreach, I think, on a variety of levels. I know we do outreach. Certainly one of the things we talked about is going back, looking at our current outreach plan and looking how we can bolster that to do more outreach on social media, do things on the website. Obviously, we do things on the city calendar. Are the free drop-offs on the city calendar? Yeah,
They're on the
those are
calendar,
on the
yeah.
calendar.
They are definitely on
And
the
so we definitely will look for all the programs that we do and that we hear about and look at how we can do more.
Thank you. So I don't see any other council questions, so we'll go to the public. Do we have any public members that would like to speak on this? Please come forward. Do we have anyone online? Nobody online? Okay. Well, again, that's an excellent report. We appreciate it. It's a good reference document, too, for us or anyone. I'd love to get this document online if we can. Director Staub.
Sure. Yes, we will take a look at doing that as well.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Vice Mayor Park.
I just have a couple of comments. Thank you very much for the report. I do know that for mattresses, there is a program, at least in the state of California, where we pay for disposal when you purchase a mattress, so that I think mattresses can be dropped off at mattress disposal places for free. If you want to go to buybuymattress.com, I think you can find information about where mattress drop-offs are. If you look for certain types of garbage, you'll find that there are several alternatives for how you can get rid of them without paying exorbitant fees. In some cases, you pay a small fee for disposal or access. In some cases, you don't pay anything because it's provided by some fund, some grant, or believe it or not, people pay for disposal just like you pay for your recycling at the time that you purchase your plastic water bottle. But then people don't go back and recycle their plastic water bottles. And the same thing, a lot of things that people purchase that we know are difficult to recycle or dispose of, sometimes the disposal fee is built into the cost of purchasing the item, and I just want people to know that. The other thing is, I heard what you said about, people don't mind people scavenging. And I think that the question that I had was a little bit different, which is it's not just that people are scavenging, but people, I've seen people put out stuff proudly saying, oh, somebody would like this. Somebody would like to use this thing that I'm putting out there. And then I've heard stories where people were horrified that when they came home that evening, not only was the stuff that they put out scattered all over the street, but the things that they saw some value in were also damaged. And I think that's a very different thing from, do people like people scavenging? Yes, they do. Is there a better way that we could preserve items that are still usable? I think there's a little bit more we could do there. I would encourage people to donate where they can. You don't have to, if you don't donate to the big places where people normally don't donate, which is Salvation Army, Goodwill, et cetera, you can always donate directly to neighbors. You can donate directly to people unhoused. If you know what their needs are, a lot of times people can fulfill the needs. I have this idea that for at least a couple of years, no tourist site ever needs to make a souvenir item for that tourist site, because you just have people who don't want them anymore return them, and you can just resell them. I feel that maybe the Golden Gate Bridge, they have the Golden Gate Bridge replicas, and people buy them and then take them places like Paris because they visited the Bay Area. And they would simply return them to places that sell Eiffel Towers. And then once a year, we would just have an exchange and never have to make souvenirs again. But anyways, thank you very much for the report.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second for the alternative one, for the 2 additional drop-off days to make it 4 per year, funded by the Solid Waste Fund. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have approved updated process for mayor and council calling a special meeting. City manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll
City
actually take the
attorney?
lead on this one.
It said city manager on here.
Oh, you're going to introduce me? I'm sorry. We're still working out, our logistics here at the executive table, Madam Mayor.
All right, very good. I'm glad you worked it out. All right.
Thank you. Mayor, this item is a recommendation from the Governance and Ethics Committee and staff to update the city's procedures for calling a special meeting. We almost put this on consent, but didn't want to be presumptuous. Since Governance and Ethics got a presentation, we thought it appropriate for you to get one as well. So I'll go through the update here pretty quickly. Next slide, please. In general, the authority for calling a special meeting is set forth in Section 708 of the city's charter. This section actually mirrors and refers to the Brown Act general rule on the subject, which is special meetings of this legislative body may be called at any time by the mayor or by, in our case, a majority, of the city council. Next slide, please. Although it's not legally required, local implementing procedures can be adopted in order to facilitate this process, and Santa Clara did just that in 2021 by adopting a special meeting form for calling and noticing special meetings. Review of this process was added to the Governance and Ethics Committee work plan in due course for 2023, and as a result of that, staff reviewed the form with the process built into it and presented back to the Governance and Ethics Committee at their June 5th meeting with some proposed improvements. Those improvements added more explicit coordination requirements with city manager and city attorney's office, and mitigated what we thought might be some Brown Act compliance concerns built into the form itself. primarily the fact that the form called for 4 city council people to sign, which isn't a Brown Act violation in and of itself, but might suggest, inappropriate coordination amongst council members on the substantive nature of the item being proposed. Next slide. This next slide summarizes this updated process, which is reflected in the updated form that was included in your packet. The first step now of the process is this explicit concept of the mayor or council member, whoever is proposing the special meeting, will consult with the city manager and our city attorney to review the proposed subject and the proposed timing for the meeting. And this is prior to submitting the form. The idea here may be obvious, is that coordination with senior staff on such a thing is appropriate. There may be staff work that's required. There may be something else that's going on that the council member or mayor wasn't aware of that may be coming in a different form or in due course without the need for a special meeting. So just coordination with senior staff. If after that coordination and interaction, the mayor or council member desires to continue with their request, then the form would be filled out and submitted to the city manager and the city attorney's office for processing. For requests made by a council member, now in this new form, just one council member, the city manager or his designee, probably coordinating with the city clerk's office, will then poll the rest of the council members to determine if there's interest and availability for the proposed special meeting. If 3 or more additional council members, for their total of 4, the majority required, indicate their approval to schedule the meeting on the topic proposed, then city manager will direct staff to schedule and publicly notice that meeting. The process will be complete. With respect to the mayor, the process is more simple. There is still the requirement that the mayor coordinate with the city manager, executive staff team to go through the same kind of process. If she desires to proceed, she can then simply call the special meeting, as is her prerogative, both under city's charter and under the Brown Act. Next slide. There's a couple additional updates to the form to deal with possible issues that might arise. The form now provides for a slightly modified process if the special meeting item being proposed involves issues directly affecting the city manager or the city attorney. In other words, if there's a conflict of interest, there's alternative people that can be solicited in order to process the matter, including involving the HR director if appropriate. And then finally, appropriately, we think there's a admonition now in the form that suggests that and reminds the council that it's inappropriate for them to discuss the subject matter and deliberate on the subject matter of the proposed special meeting, because that would create a violation under the Brown Act. Interestingly, there is an exemption under the Brown Act for scheduling issues, but as you might imagine, those kind of things can leak, over into the subject matter. And again, so that's why there's now only one signature by a city council person and the reminder and the admonition not to discuss the subject matter of the proposed special meeting. Last slide, please. Because of the improvements described, staff joins the Government and Ethics Committee in recommending your approval of this updated process. We think it's pretty straightforward, and I'm, of course, available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Councilmember Becker?
Sorry, my light wasn't going on. Now, sorry, I just wanted to make sure on the question about the application. You said that if it is regarding any other issues besides, let's just say hypothetically, your individual names, that goes to a different person, or I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, there's a provision in there, and this was a good catch by city manager's office, that says in the event of a conflict with the city manager or city attorney, the mayor or council member may exclude the conflicted individual or consult with the next senior official, in other words, the assistant city attorney or assistant city manager or the human resources director as appropriate. So if you have an issue or concern about that, there is an alternative path so as not to involve, a person who might be the subject matter of the special meeting that you're calling.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you for confirming that, because in the past, or if we tried to call a special meeting, I was afraid. It'd be like, you want me to do what? I have to do this, I have to do that. And it really caused a lot of pause. And now that seeing that this is being done this way and kind of cleaning things up, it looks a lot better. I totally see in the past, we used to get accused of so many things if we did a special meeting. It was like, well, this is what the process was. This is what the former city attorney, former city manager, this is what we had going. And when I asked for solutions, we never really got a solution. And so I'm really impressed that you guys have provided the solution this quickly, this fast, and I think it's this appropriate and very transparent in that process. So in that regard, I'd like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation in this new form, and I'm just glad to see this done sooner rather than later, because in the past we had a lot of problems with this.
And I will second that.
Motion and a second for this.
And Mayor, I don't think we did public comment yet.
No, I know.
Oh, sorry. I keep reminding you of that, and you're annoyed with me now. I'm trying to be helpful.
I ask for questions, I get motions.
Yeah,
so
I know.
There you go.
That's very, very,
All right.
a lot of enthusiasm for this policy,
there
Madam Mayor.
certainly is. So questions still, Councilmember Chahal.
No questions, but I appreciate the work done and streamlining this process. So it is very simple process, but takes care of so many of issues we were facing on this one. So I appreciate the staff, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to the public now. Does the public have any questions on this issue? Seeing no one in the audience, do we have anyone online? All right, thank you. So I have a motion and a second to approve the, is this a governance committee recommendation? Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. Approve the governance committee recommendation. When you're ready, City Clerk. All right, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we have another governance committee recommendation. Discuss and consider the creation of an independent ethics commission. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council and the public. I will present on this item. And this is, again, as the mayor mentioned, an item that went to the Governance and Ethics Committee at the request of Mayor Gilmore. And so I will do a brief presentation, really just 2 slides, and then turn the presentation or the item over back to Mayor Gilmore. Next slide. By way of background, one of the conversation or topics of conversations at the Governance and Ethics was a little background. And so we have some information on the screen, and I will supplement that. It's important to note that the city of Santa Clara had an ethics code that dated back to the 1960s. However, that went through a wholesale revision that ended in 2020 with the adoption of an updated Code of Ethics and Values, which was later modified slightly by the council in August 2001. It's also important to note that that code that was adopted in 2000 was actually developed by a committee that was comprised of 3 elected officials, 9 city commissioners, 2 members of the community, the city manager at the time, as well as the city attorney. And that Code of Ethics and Values was designed to increase public trust and confidence in government by promoting and maintaining the highest standards of personal and professional conduct among the people who work in and represent the city. In the past, the city did work very closely with the Markula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, and the city also hired an ethics consultant that provided on-call ethics guidance, coaching, research, and conflict resolution services as needed. You may recall the name of the individual. His name is Tom Shanks. He provided those services for the city for 14 years, from 2000 through 2014. It's important to also note that in 2005, the city established an ethics committee, and the goal of that committee was to further implement the city's ethics and values program and guide the ethics program to the next level. Also, not on the screen, but important to note that there was a major change to the city's ethics committee in 2019. And so staff was able to do a little research and find that the city council created the current governance and ethics committee on February 5th of 2019. That was actually a consolidation of the governance committee, the ethics committee, and the facilities naming and honorary recognition ad hoc committee. The new committee called Governance and Ethics Committee focused on refinement and establishment of policies and procedures regarding city council operations and good governance practices, as well as the further implementation of the city's Code of Ethics and Values program. And the committee took over all responsibilities related to reviewing and naming of city facilities. On January 4th of this year, council is very aware that the city council authorized a response to a grand jury report that called for an independent ethics commission. The majority decision on the city council determined that creation of that independent ethics commission would overlap with the purpose of the city's existing governance and ethics committee, and therefore stated that it was not warranted. On June 5th of this current year, as I mentioned, the Governance and Ethics Commission referred this item to the full city council at the request of Mayor Gilmore. Next slide. So, as is outlined in the staff report, there are a number of items to consider should the city council desire to establish an independent ethics commission. These items are as follows. I will not go through them in detail, but should the city council decide to embark on this process to establish an independent ethics commission, you would need to decide the role of the commission. Will the commission enforce rules? Will they simply review and opine and provide recommendations to the governing body yourself on what those rules will be? Or will they conduct education and training of those rules for various entities in the city? It will also be important to decide jurisdiction of the body. For example, will they address financial conflict of interest, lobbying, revolving door, mass mailing, gift and honoraria issues, or campaign finance? It's also important to note that the council will need to discuss and decide on what authority the commission will have. Will they have the authority to initiate investigations, for example, refer a matter to another governing agency, such as the FPPC, the DA, or the Attorney General? Will they have the ability to impose fines or penalties? And should their decisions be appealable? For example, if they make a determination, would that determination be appealable to the full city council? Next, the city council would need to discuss and establish a selection process, how members of this body would be appointed, and what the criteria would be. Next, it is always important to consider resources, both staffing. If you have an independent commission, does that independent commission have independent legal counsel outside of the city attorney's office? How is that funded? How will that occur? Additionally, will there be outside expertise similar to Tom Shanks that the city employed before from 2000 to 2014 as a consultant to support the process, as well as various alternatives such as continuing with the existing model as the majority of the city council decided in your grand jury response to continue with the Governance and Ethics Committee, or is there some other alternative that you would like to consider? Again, no decision, no staff recommendations are being made for this item. We are simply bringing the matter to the full council as directed by the Governance and Ethics Committee. And even though we have put the items that would need to be discussed and decided, should you decide to embark on this path, staff is not saying that those decisions have to be made tonight. With that, I'll turn the item over to Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you, City Manager. So I brought this item forward to the Governance and Ethics Committee since I'm a member of the committee. They had 2 meetings of which I was not able to attend, and neither meeting did any of the members put this item on the agenda. The item regarding an independent ethics committee was brought up in the grand jury report on sportsmanlike behavior. The grand jury strongly recommended that this council get some ethical guidance going forward because of all the issues that we have involving everything that was reported in that grand jury report. So I put it on the agenda because the council said that the Governance and Ethics Committee was the place for this discussion to take place. And because none of the members of the Governance and Ethics Committee did put it on the agenda, I put it on the agenda because I strongly believe that we cannot police ourselves and that there is so much going on in the city of Santa Clara, especially things that involve millions of dollars with special interests and council members' involvement and all kinds of things, that we needed an independent ethics advisor to help us move forward and show our public that we are accountable to the public for everything and transparent for everything that we do. And I feel like we have veered off that course of that was laid out by our award-winning ethics program. I think a lot of the questions that the city manager has posed are very legitimate questions. I don't think we can answer those ourselves. And therefore, I really think that we need to start with getting expert help, have the experts take a look at us. And we are very fortunate that we have the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics right here at Santa Clara University, who has worked with us in the past and I'm sure would be interested in working with us now, to consult with us, to advise us, to talk with each of us collectively and individually about how we can build that independent body that helps us now and in the future for making the right decisions on behalf of the public. So I don't think any of those questions can be answered until we're assessed by a professional. And I'd like to start with the experts at Santa Clara University and the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics. We had a former mayor, Judy Nadler, who was very active in the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics after she was mayor of Santa Clara. I know she's retired now, but they have always been available to help the city when we needed help in many regards. So I think that as a start, I'd like to authorize staff to engage with the Marcola Center to get some options for us to bring back for forming this independent ethics committee, or give us alternatives and start with an evaluation of our council and where we are with our past ethics program, and if that's still applicable, what we need to add on to it, to modernize it more with today's issues. I think at the time when we did it, I was just off the council in 2000. We didn't have a stadium. We didn't have millions of dollars in campaign donations. We didn't have all the things, special interests that we have now. We didn't have back then, and I think that things have changed for us. We're a medium-sized city, but we have big city issues now that we have to deal with. And when you look at all our surrounding large cities, they all have some form of an ethics commission that they work with. And I think we're at the point where we need to have that now. So I'd like to see this council move this forward and and look at engaging with the Markula Center for Applied Ethics and move this discussion forward about ethical responsibilities of the City Council and how we best can serve our community. That's what I have to say at this point. And it passed unanimously by the Governance and Ethics Commission to move this forward. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, we've gotten a little bit of history and a little bit of background on this, and, I'm going to say, let's go in a little time machine here and let's go back to the year 2000s. Very ugly elections in the 2000s. Let's just say that, very ugly elections. And where was the Ethics Commission and the ethics advice in that era? Nowhere. Nothing. It was useless. Where was the Ethics Commission or ethics advisor in the 2016 elections, 2018, 2022, and 2022 elections? There was none. Where was the Ethics Commission when there was abuse allegations that were not found? Where was that Ethics Commission? So a lot of questions are out there of what does this Ethics Commission do? What will it do? Why should we even have it? I mean, I just heard that many cities in the Bay Area have them. I don't think I can name one. I could name the city of LA having an Ethics Commission. I think maybe city of San Francisco. I mean, those might be the two big cities, but we're not a big city like that. So my question comes down to is what power do they have? It's basically only recommendations, it feels like. No power, no teeth to it. So in reality, if they say, let's censure or let's admonish a council member, and they send that recommendation back to the council, well, guess what? The council is, again, policing itself. It's basically a repeating cycle. And you're just using a name of an ethics commission to carry some weight to that. So like the Diversity Equity Task Force, it begins to ask the question, what do they do? What power do they have? And really, is it just a political tool? The DA, the FPPC, the Attorney General, all have power that council does not have. And council, again, is not going to police itself. Yet, however, we do have the Governance and Ethics Commission that already makes recommendations. We literally just voted on one a moment ago, 7-0. If this commission is created, I feel it's going to become a mini grand jury. If a grand jury itself can be manipulated, this one could be considered very easily to manipulate. So again, where were the ethics in the last 10 years? Where was Tom Shanks in the last 10 years? I remember 2016 election, I brought up a lot of ethics complaints. Guess what I got? Silence. Continued silence for 20 years. So now all of a sudden now we have an epiphany that we have ethics because some grand jury reported it. So again, there's a movie out there called The Watchmen. Watchmen is from 2009. It's a comic, a long time ago. The question is, who watches The Watchmen? Who monitors all the ethics and not the selective ethics? To me, again, this seems like a political process deemed to only go after specific individuals. Again, it is a useless process. Where was the ethics, again, when the POA was campaigning, when Measure J was out there? There was no ethics, nothing. Silence. Many members of this majority of city council complained. I remember members of the city council that were candidates in prior elections, and they would make complaints. Silence. So now why all of a sudden are we treating this as a light switch of, oh, suddenly, as I said a moment ago, we have an epiphany. Let's turn the light switch on because we want to have an ethics commission. It just doesn't make sense to me. And just because a report decides to make a recommendation, which simultaneously that recommendation had an idea by the mayor of let's make an ethics commission, where has this gotten us? It's gotten us nowhere. If we make an ethics commission, I'm going to see the same thing over and over again. It's going to be used as a body for political deeds. And I've seen that in the Diversity Equity Task Force. You ask any other city in this area about policing and other things, and When I tell them that our diversity equity task force decided to jump in on the police chief issue, many were surprised. So again, who polices this commission? Nobody. And to me, it just seems like it's a more political vendetta when we have many other forms of, I think the city manager mentioned it moments ago. You can refer things to the district attorney. You can refer things to the attorney general. You could refer things to the FPPC. So why are we going to sit here and police ourselves when people continue to say that we're policing ourselves? So seeing that this is just another way of creating, as I said, a mini grand jury, where does it stop? I mean, we have many other things I think that are more essential for commissions than this is right now. Because again, you have the FPPC, you have all these other entities that could take these controls. And I don't feel it's appropriate for us to have that. So I make a motion to deny this.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm glad that the Ethics Governance Committee brought this issue forward. I know it was a important topic of discussion after the grand jury report was delivered to us, and there was recommendations made by the grand jury, and actually an independent ethics commission was a suggestion of the grand jury as a result of all of the allegations that were in that report. And again, when we reviewed the report as a council to address and respond to, the majority of this council denied everything that was in the report and basically just considered it, let's just say they didn't take it very seriously. And as a result, the mayor and I disagreed with all of the responses that the majority of this council submitted, and we submitted our own response to that grand jury report as a result. The mayor then brought before this council an opportunity, again, for this independent ethics commission to focus on how we can make ourselves better and bring back the trust, bring back the accountability that people expect of their council members. I have to add, I've heard several times from Council Member Becker stating that about the ethics commissions over the last 10, in the 2000s. In 2016, Fred Keeley was hired as the ethics representative, and I have to laugh because I remember being called on the carpet in a kangaroo court, falsely charged with just false accusations, but that I addressed. And Mr. Keeley, who is now the mayor of Santa Cruz, I might add, did a fine job overseeing that election cycle. And even when I was attacked during candidate debates, he was very responsive and allowed me the opportunity to defend myself. So I thought he did a fine job. I don't know what happened in 2020. The last time I ran was during the pandemic. I don't know that there was money in the budget for an ethics representative at that time, but having an ethics representative has definitely made a difference in the city. Having, as the mayor talked about, the Markula Center, has worked with the council in the past in developing a program, an award-winning program, I might add, that really put the city on the map. And I mean, I think we have it here in the chamber somewhere, that acknowledgement. So I would say, just listening to Councilmember Becker's comments stating that the Ethics Commission has gone nowhere, it's because, again, the majority of this council refuses to police themselves. And anytime there is a complaint or a petition brought forward by members of the public calling, again, for that policing of this council to see change, it's swept under the carpet, ignored. It didn't happen. And like I have said previously, when you keep crying wolf, after a while it gets old. And I think there is a lot of good, valid reasons for this independent ethics commission. And so I don't believe there was a second to that motion by Councilmember Becker. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to go forward, ask staff to go forward and explore an independent ethics commission and provide and ask, well, I guess work with the council to provide direction on this and other foundational issues, and based on the questions that were proposed in the slide by the city manager. So that is my motion.
And I will second Councilmember Becker's motion.
I'll second the motion on the floor. So how does that work now?
Can I ask a quick question?
Becker's motion failed for lack of a second.
Yeah, I would have to suggest, Madam Mayor, that I think Member Becker's motion died for lack of a second. I would think Member Nabi's motion would take precedent and have an opportunity to be seconded at that time if I were to manage the sequence of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I was trying to be respectful, and I had turned on my light so I could second the motion, but I was not called on, so there it is.
As had I.
Is that all you had to say? Okay. Do you have any comments?
I will say that I was a commissioner for many, many years, for 13 and a half years for the city, and I was here when we worked with Dr. Shanks. It became very frustrating. It became basically it was Dr. Shanks telling us to do our very best and be on our very best behavior, and he passed out little hearts. And I was appalled. I do not like when I hear just one or two people call on the city council for something and try to try people in the court of public opinion to try them, convict them, and want them to be hung. We have the FPPC, we have a DA, we have a recall effort. There's many different things you can do. And we have our list of ethics. If someone is going to be ethical, it's because they choose to be. And I think no amount of browbeating or calling names or any of that is useful or helpful. I think it comes from within. And if someone chooses to be ethical, someone saying they aren't doesn't make it true. And this is why I like what we have set up with our governance. And as Councilmember Becker pointed out, we would just be, once again, policing ourselves, which people are saying we cannot. Well, there is a ultimate court of public opinion, which is the ballot box. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I think I have a lot of faith in what Councilmember Hardy said because she was the one who served on that ethics commission. My understanding is that Judy Nadler had initiated this commission with Dr. Tom Shanks, And I actually had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Shanks this weekend, and I got a lot of history on this. And he actually indicated to me that he didn't like the idea of calling it an ethics commission. He prefers to call it a public trust commission and to focus on how will the council earn the public's trust. There were surveys that were done in 2006, 2007, 2008 to take a pulse of how public trust was changing. And again, as Councilmember Becker said, this was after some very, very vicious council elections. And so that's why a lot of this started. As the city manager had said, there was a code of ethics that started in the 60s and then was updated in 2000. But the council used to actually review that every 6 or 7 years. And somehow that practice has fallen by the wayside. I know our new city attorney had recommended that we have a public review of AB 1234. And I don't know if the public is aware of AB 1234, but it's a state law whereby council members and commissioners have to take an online ethics training class. It's 2 hours long. We have to do that every 2 years. City attorney had indicated that that's probably not sufficient and that we schedule a special council meeting to review that. I would also like to add to that, there is this document. It's called, and this was approved in 2008, it's called the Behavioral Standards for City Council Members, and it has a lot of values here that council members will be ethical, professional, service-oriented, fiscally responsible, organized, communicative, and collaborative, and progressive. So I suggest that if we were going to do something, that we incorporate a review of these behavioral standards into an AB 1234 training, and that Dr. Shanks also indicated that pretty much only large cities like LA, San Francisco, and Oakland have ethics commissions with broad authority. And some of them only focus on elections. They don't focus on council behavior because those are covered by the FPPC and the DA's office. In fact, I've had a number of FPPC complaints filed against me, most of which, actually all of which went nowhere. So, I think that we should work hard to earn the public's trust, as Dr. Shanks has mentioned, and I think that would go through some of these public training sessions that the city attorney has recommended, and that we do review that code of ethics. And he also suggested, Dr. Shanks suggested that we, if we were to do some sort of ethics commission, because of the cost and the expense of that, we should partner with some of our neighboring cities. So that's the recommendations that I have from an extensive discussion with Dr. Shanks. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did devote some time to look at what other cities are doing, what's the data on something like this, and the domain basically available. There's a very good article from Institute of Local Government, which was right on topic, Understanding Role of Ethics Commission, basically. It was an article which they published, I think, in 2007, December 2007. And it's not that we can jump into it, okay, tomorrow we'll have something and ethics can be fixed or ethics can be checked or everything will be smooth from all of a sudden if we have ethics commission or if we have something it's not a magic wand. Ethics are something like public residents are constantly checking you and they see what's happening. So some of the very pertinent questions on that particular article were, what is your overall goal? What do you want Ethics Commission to do? How would commission members be selected? What powers would the commission have? What resources are available to support the commission? What decision-making process should you use determining whether the commission is right for the community? And it does submit a lot of data, although the data is a little bit older. But as mentioned by my colleagues, Ethics Commission is only available in major cities, like San Francisco has one with the city as well as the county level. Los Angeles has one. San Diego has one. And San Jose has only Election Commission, which is part of the same work. Berkeley has, again, campaign finance, campaign related only. Oakland has Ethics Commission. And I look at the budgets out there, like San Francisco in 2007, I don't know what the current budget is, was more than $1.38 million. LA in 2006 was $2.6 billion. San Diego, more than $1 million. Oakland, around $300K. And with the inflation and everything right now. And if you look at the studies, you need a lot of staff support. And I know Councilmember Jain mentioned about our city attorney providing 1234 or 1234 ethics training for that matter. And this article also mentioned that. Some of the important message we can send to the council or to the residents is the constant training of it. Constant reinforcement of where something is lacking in a particular process. Like we just improved a process of special meeting. And there may be, nothing is perfect, no system is perfect, but we need to drive towards improving the processes and how we can improve those. To discuss some of the issues which were brought by my colleagues about these issues, I don't know why we discontinued these things in 2014, 2016. Like after that, we never had it. Why was the program which we had earlier discontinued in 2014? I did read about the Santa Clara, as mentioned by city manager. We had some details of that on our website also. In 2019, they had a review of that, and they updated the Code of Ethics and Values in collaboration with Markula Center at Santa Clara University. So one other issue which I have, the point of bringing the grand jury report over here. I have time and again mentioned the grand jury report was very political and was not based on facts. I have personally responded to that with a factual position, and if you all want, I can discuss again what issues I discussed and why the grand jury report was not factual. I was not even called for it, and I was included in the indicted for that I have done something wrong. The grand jury mentioned, oh, me and Councilmember Hardy met a day before the council meeting. That was not true. Since May 2019, we met on Wednesdays, which was a day after the council meeting. And then, they just clumped. They made some assumptions, and I don't know how they made those assumptions, but those were the assumptions. If the role of this council is exclusively based on the grand jury report, that we come up with a new commission or they come up with a, I would not go that way. Like, yes, if we are trying to make an ethics improvement in our process of ethics, I will be there. But if the base of this whole discussion is the grand jury report, I will not support it because I do not agree with that grand jury report, and I stand on record responding to that grand jury report, what the issues were with that one. Coming back to my colleagues brought forward that, campaign finances have been increased and all that. You know, when was the first time maximum campaign financing was brought forward in this city? That was a Measure J. And a couple of my colleagues sitting over here were supporting that Measure J. And how much money was spent at that time? $5 million. $5 million at that time, which was much higher than if you include the inflation and the current value of that $5 million is much higher. It was okay at that time to use that type of $5 million. There was no question of ethics. There was no question of any other issues. That was okay to use that money. Why at that time it was not pointed out? POA, developers, they have been giving money to council elections. For my own, I did not take even a single dime from any special interest in my 3 elections are in 2016, 2018, 2020. I rather returned special interest money which were donated to my campaign. I returned those checks. So bringing this forward that, okay, these, and clubbing 5 council members in a way which is not desirable, even that is not ethical. Like you're clubbing 5 of your colleagues in a way which is not true, is not ethical directly. It's not ethical. So these false accusations and premise of this grand jury to bring forward this ethics commission is not true. That's my first thing. Now, are we there to improve the system and what we need to do? Yes, we are. And I would suggest, we have a new city attorney, new city manager, and attorney has already volunteered and proactively told that he will be arranging some new training into 1, 2, 3, 4. I would suggest that give them some time, and with all the issues that we have raised, like financing, what's the role, and who will be the punishing authority on this council? I think different articles have very well placed that FPPC is the right authority to do that. They have authority to listen to any complaint. They have the authority and to issue citations and issue even financial fines to others. The Act regulates campaign financing, conflict of interest, lobbying, and government ethics. And there has been multiple complaints about members of this council with FPPC. And I think that's working out fine. Like if they have fined some of the colleagues sitting over here, I think that's working out fine. Like if we are trying to do that. So FPPC is the authority. And I looked at the different states. Other states also have similar authorities which are at the state level. And it's difficult for cities, every city to have a authority to take care of transparency and government and foster public trust. It comes with the individuals. It does come with the individual. We all need to work together. And I also want to point out one more thing. 2 council members sitting over here who won the election after this grand jury report was highly politicized in the election cycle. So it means myself and Councilmember Hardy have earned the trust of the people after that report was brought into the public domain. The people, the residents knew about that thing. They knew about what is going on, what is wrong or what is right. And to accuse the so-called 5 that they are not ethical or they are as per the grand jury, they are doing something wrong, that is completely wrong. The residents have spoken. Residents have given us the mandate to complete our 2nd term. And so I have serious reservations about it, about going with a particular file. But am I ready to have staff look into it, keep and dwell more idea into it? Like Sunnyvale has their own ethics brochure, like pretty long, 18, 19 pages. Mountain View has its own brochures, basically. So I think we need to put some time into this thing and come up with solutions which are acceptable and practical enough to work what we are doing. Am I opposed to taking consultancy from Markula? No, I'm not. But are we trying to take steps which are based on some wrong grand jury report? And that's the crux I'm trying to say. The grand jury report is the proximate cause for bringing this thing over here. And I, for sure, have not done anything wrong as depicted by grand jury report. So I would suggest that we should have staff do some more study and find out a way around where we can have some improvements in our ethics program, what we had earlier, like we had ethics outside consultant, and find out what we can do. But that cannot be done in right away. So staff will need to do some homework. Why did we stop the previous one? What were the reasons we stopped those ones? And what were the reasons we can improve that program? So I think we need to spend some more time and work on it. And there's another case, basically. City of Long Beach, they basically formed a task force. And that task force, which we are trying to work out, that task force came up with some recommendations to the city council. And I'm open to that. Like, yes, look at the study session, look at what is going on, so that as an independent task force or something can be looked at, and those recommendations can be submitted to the council. Those were my comments.
Thank you. That's exactly what the motion is, to look at alternatives to bring it back. So it sounds like you're going to support it.
But the premise
Vice, please don't repeat, okay?
No, even you started, Madam Mayor.
No, I'm just saying that's what the motion is.
I'm saying that the premise of that motion is the grand jury report, and which I don't agree with that.
I don't think the grand jury was mentioned in the motion.
But that is the premise. That is the premise, that this grand jury said so,
all right,
so
I
we
get
have
it.
to do
All right,
this.
I get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah, so I do believe that the request from Governance and Ethics Committee was more than just this request. I think it was look into what others do and come back to alternatives, even to the Markula Center. I believe that was the request. I also talked to a number of people about ethics in the last couple of weeks. In fact, I had a conversation earlier this morning with somebody from Los Angeles, and they've had, if anyone's been following the news, they've had a lot of really big issues in Los Angeles, but they've got an ethics commission. But to be honest, it sounds like they need 2 or 3. I think that Councilmember Watanabe's idiom of calling, crying wolf in reference to calls for council to police itself is appropriate. I've always been told that there's only 7 people in the audience that watch city council meetings, and they all show up to complain and ask for resignations and things like that, because they're not really successful at following the process that's already in place, which is getting the thousands of people that elected the people on council to unelect them. But to be honest, calls for policing has worked. I mean, Councilmember Watanabe was censured, and Mayor Gilmore was admonished for what they did. And that was something that the audience, that the residents came up, they asked for, and we considered it. And the majority said, yes, we think that's true. And I can fill in a few gaps in Councilmember Becker's campaign ethics history, and I can answer some of the questions as to what happened in 2014. But I do want to state to the city manager that I looked at the ethics website in our city website, and there are a lot of missing pages. I go to a lot of links. I see the history of the ethics program. I see, Sunnyvale's not the only one that has an ethics cheat sheet. We've got one too. But there's a lot of links that just aren't there anymore. In fact, 2014, it's funny, but those are the only first word and final word forums that are linked on our website, and they go nowhere. But they used to go someplace, because in 2014, that was when Tom Schenk's tenure with the city ended, because he wouldn't address ethics complaints in the final word forum. In fact, he wanted to turn the final word forum, from a discussion of the ethics complaints, of the ethics issues throughout the campaign, into a tell us, give us 90 seconds of why we should vote for you, because there were no ethics complaints. They weren't just ignored, but he actually obstructed discussion of the complaints, which included police reports, which he was given. And I know that he was given, he had those police reports, because I gave them to him. And when pressed about campaign ethics, Mr. Shanks basically said that if you don't think someone's being ethical, don't vote for them. And my complaint about that is, why are we paying $20,000 a year to someone to tell us that? So, I mean, and we used to have that on video. It used to be on video on the website. But now if you go to the website and you take a look at 2014 Final Word Forum, the links go nowhere. And I would really like to see if you can find those links, because I think it would tell a better picture, show a better story of what actually happened in 2014 and why we changed to Fred Keeley in 2016. And then what happened after that, I don't know. I got married, had a child, and lived in bliss for a couple of years. But John C. Stone had a great quote, and I've shared this with a number of people. And the quote is, one reason people insist that you use proper channels to change things is because they have control of the proper channels, and they're confident it won't work. And I think that, you know, as Councilmember Becker suggested, it sounds like the mayor just wants a commission to give weight to her accusations. You know, like what the vocal seven in the audience often do at council meetings. Ignoring the thousands of people silent on the matter or matters because they have better things to do than to get, you know, involved in political attacks. And I can't help but feel that the people involved with the grand jury report understand this, because they know that it's the accusations and the repetitions of the accusations that stick more than the findings. And I'm really disappointed. I mean, they say things such as, well, the majority of council disagreed with the grand jury report, and we disagreed with it because it was wrong. It was provably false. I think that if something's provably false, you have to say it's wrong, even if it's something you want. But it turns out that requires ethics. So my questions would be, what would an ethics committee have over elected officials? And the answer that I often receive is nothing. Like, we have internal HR, and internal HR, they can do investigations, but I think they're powerless to do anything, city council members as well. I mean, I'll tell you a tactic that's used quite often, which is, I'm just going to accuse people of doing something bad. I can accuse, you know, anyone here of doing something bad, and it turns out that, you know, HR can investigate it. They can even report, yes, in fact, there were complaints about this council member, but we can't tell you what the results were because that's an internal investigation. And it turns out that the accusations are the thing that they care about. They don't care about the findings, because nobody ever says, oh, but this person was found innocent. It's Brandolini's law, which is, it's a lot easier to lie about accusations than it is to fight, to uncover the lie. Like, it takes so much more work to clean up the mess that's caused by lies. Right? But what powers, and this is a question for the city attorney, would an ethics committee have over elected officials? Well, I think a better thing to do would be to, A, have discussions in public, let the public know what the different avenues there currently are to hold elected officials responsible. I mean, I would love to have more members of the public come to the Governance and Ethics Committee so that it's not just a conversation amongst ourselves, as people complain about. But it turns out, I don't think people outside the vocal seven showed up to the Governance and Ethics Committee because they're the only ones that actually care. I think that the minute that anyone, including the district attorney, suggests that we should consider somebody guilty before there's a trial date, that very minute, that very second, we need a new district attorney. Right? And I see laughter because I think that people here don't want to get rid of this district attorney because this district attorney is very friendly to some of them. It's just a thought. But at the end of the day, like, I don't see a reason to have another commission, ethics commission, especially by the Markula Center. I mean, the Markula Center, I'll say this. I'll repeat the quote. One reason people insist that use proper channels to change things is because they have control of the proper channels and they're confident it won't work. And I think that once people understand this, we'll look for better ways to do things than just, well, let's go with this because it's easy and it seems like it's the right thing to do. So I will not be supporting the motion to create a commission. I understand why some people will vote for that, but you know, I really hope people understand what the issue is. The issue is not just, should we be ethical? We're required to do that. That's already a requirement. When you start looking at people, when you have people stating that we should put into law things that are already required, it makes me think, what are they not doing? Why don't they know this? Thank you.
I want to go to the public, but I see two council members that have Anthony Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, it seems like this Ethics Commission idea is just set up to investigate council members, and that's not its intended purpose. In fact, it just seems, again, a political purpose. It's funny, there's this quote out there, and I'm going to repeat that quote. The one who protests that too much is usually the one that's committing the crime, is usually the one that's actually doing it. So seeing that we're getting people up here constantly saying ethics and ethics and ethics, usually they're the ones breaking the rules. So here's my idea. And my idea is I'm going to make a substitute motion. And my substitute motion is not to move forward with a ethics commission, but here's the thought. When we were on planning commission, and Councilmember Jane remembers this, every year we would have Xander, the attorney for our planning commission, sit there and go over the Brown Act with us every year. And we would usually get a second refresher course. Sometimes, I think one time it was twice in a year because we had 2 new commissioners start. So seeing that we do that, and that I think it was Councilmember Chahal or Councilmember Jane, I can't remember who said it, but a review of this practice. So my idea is, as I said, my motion is to not move forward with an ethics commission, but to move forward with a review night, an annual review of ethics for the city council and maybe other committees that may want to show up to listen to it. And the annual review will take place, as I said, basically based on Assembly Bill 1234.
Would that be led by the city attorney?
Absolutely.
I will second that motion.
Substitute motion. All right, we're going to move on to, I know you had your hand up. Can I let me finish my sentence? We're going to move on, and then I'll come back to the motions after because I haven't even gone to the public yet. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I was actually unclear on what Councilmember Watanabe's actual motion was. I am at this point unwilling to commit to establishing a commission. I think there's a lot of things that we can do in advance of that. We can have that session, the AB 1234, and review our behavioral standards doc and our code of ethics documents that should have been reviewed every 6 years. And then Dr. Tom Shanks suggested that possibly getting someone like Joanne Spears, who used to be the head of the ILG, to moderate that session so that we could have someone independent do that, but we could find somebody else. But that was something he suggested. And really to discuss whether the commission, or if we do establish one, should be restricted to monitoring election activities, because it does seem like there's a lot of crazy stuff that happens during elections. Signs put in inappropriate places, signs being stolen, false accusations, those kinds of things. I actually was in favor of the last word forum. I think that's what Councilmember Becker's substitute motion is now, is to do those trainings in public, and then possibly, if something comes out of that, to establish a commission. We could move forward at that point, but at this point, I am certainly not going to support establishing off the bat a commission.
That motion was not to establish a commission, so I don't know where that came from. The motion was to look at having the staff come back with options, such as looking at the Markula Center for Applied Ethics, to consult and do an assessment of us. It wasn't to establish a commission. All right, I'm going to go to the public now. We have Brian. Go ahead, Brian, please.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. this ethics, first of all, I think people are innocent until proven guilty. And I think that's sacrosanct. That should be a sacrament. So I believe that all of you are trying to do the very best you can. But ethics, there's like, I mean, you look at what's happening in the Supreme Court. It's like, I'm going to get $1 million trip and I'm going to hear, cases that you have something to do with. And it's like, well, that's okay. No big deal. And these are the most powerful jurists, really, honestly, in the world. I mean, I don't know. Well, America's the most powerful country in the world. And that's scary. Ethics like going on what's in Europe, so one group says that it's not really a war. And the other one says, well, we're just, people die. That's what happens. My belief is, we as people, as a human species, trying to make it matter on this pale blue dot, we need to have guidelines, real clear, red, big markers, like you do when you're trying to say, don't go there, because life is pretty messy. And that. I mean, having to deal with the 49ers stadium. I actually like the stadium, but anyways, the ethics issues, yeah, I'm running out of time, and I don't like to go over it because that's an ethical issue too. Anyways, I wish you all the best. I wish folks could get along, and I know it's a lot more complicated than that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wrote this before I listened to you all, so if I have time, I'll add to it. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I've been involved in professional standards and ethics in the real estate community for over 40 years, and I'm still an ombudsman for the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors for the purpose of lifting the professional standards and image of realtors. Our city needs this too, to improve. From a very negative ethical image, you cannot ignore it. It's there. And that relates to public trust. And I think I was going to say none of you responded to my email with 5 attachments addressing many of the excuses, if you will, for delaying bringing this issue to the full council. And this governance ethics ad infinitum committee that meets so infrequently that doesn't have enough time to cover everything certainly buries ethics and calls for attention. I'm concerned that the council, just as I'm hearing here tonight, will block this again. And it seems in an attempt to protect yourselves in some way, rather than do what is best for the city. I really wish that you would please work together. I know that most of you are extremely intelligent, and surely you're aware of what's going on in this city as far as citizens. And to insult me, Councilman Parks, of the 7 people that might speak about this because we care, yes, I've taken the time. I've been on a commission which opened the doors to be more involved with the city. And I'm very disappointed. I hate to even add in how a commissioner was let go, which would certainly discourage commissioners. So I really just recommend, this is simple, consult Markula. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Dr. Shanks? Dr. Shanks? Unmute yourself. You need to unmute. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Since I've been mentioned a few times, I wanted to call in and clarify some things. I left the city in 2015 because the city council was no longer interested in ethics, and the city staff was not committed to it either. So I left. What that meant was after 2015, Fred Keeley came in, and he was there for a year, and that was good. He came in just for the election program. The one point I want to make is, so I was not let go. I let the city go. Second thing I want to say is you're asking about Measure J and 2016, 2018, 2020. As far as I could see, there was no ethics program that existed in those later years. And in the early year, the city council, my read was they were so bedazzled by the 49ers and the city staff was overwhelmed. And I made a proposal to include ethics in everything that was being discussed with the 49ers and about the 49ers. And the city decided not to do that. I don't know who was involved in that decision, but it was a decision not to have ethics be part of it. And that's the reason for an independent ethics commission. And when we talk about an independent ethics commission, it's a place where residents or anyone else can submit complaints. And those complaints in a nonpartisan and fair way get investigated. And most of them wind up being rejected in places where there are these things. But I don't think that this council is ready for an ethics commission. I think the proposals you're making are good ones. To do training and to show that you are committed to ethics every single meeting you have.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I've been always told to start at the local level if you want change, and we know, I brought it up in the past about how unethical, the local, state, federal government is right now. The courts won't even look at evidence. Just an example, the election fraud evidence, courts wouldn't, even the Supreme Court wouldn't look at the evidence. And now, it's just crazy, the stuff that's going on. Like I had previously said that Biden had trouble getting 20 people to attend his campaign rallies, and Trump had thousands of people, not just inside the arenas, but thousands waiting outside the arenas. So that right there alone should tell everybody that, hey, yeah, there's something funny going on here. But also with the stadium, I don't know what happened with security. When I first started as a season ticket holder there at the beginning of the opening of the stadium after the first season there with the Niners playing there, they had security at each section entrance to the stadium, and they took that away, and they would overlook the people sitting in the seats, make sure people were behaving. And now that that's been taken away, I think it's been taken away a few years back, there's been more fights and incidents that may have been prevented. I don't know how that sharp object, that knife, got into the stadium. I thought those metal detectors would catch it, but I guess that they can even mess up with that. Maybe it's not 100%, I guess, detection. But I think, we do need something, because we do need to bring back ethics. Just like I had mentioned, Levi Stadium, where I voted, I was told to vote with a Sharpie and to stick my ballots into a machine, and no photo ID required. I say, well, wait a minute. In the years past, I've always had to show a photo ID, and I've always had to use a pencil or pen and stick my ballots in a box.
Thank you, Edward.
I just think we should go.
Thank you so much. All right, do we have any other public members that would like to speak on this issue? I don't see any. Do you, City Clerk? Okay. All right. I just want to make some comments, and then I promised Kurt Vartan that I would read his email into the record, since he wasn't able to attend tonight, because I think a lot of it I agree with. So it's Mayor and Council, and I'm not going to read all of it, just the important parts. I'm glad to see this item come before the full council for discussion. It should be a no-brainer to create this, given it is what the civil grand jury recommended. But it's not surprising that you have not done it, since the council majority basically dismissed all findings and recommendations made by the civil grand jury. Councilmember Park stated there was no need for an independent ethics commission because there were already systems in place to handle discussions like this. He specifically cited the Governance and Ethics Committee as an ideal place to discuss the many issues brought up by the civil grand jury in their report, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, back in 2022. It met twice with no discussion of ethics or the report. During the last meeting held, Mayor Gilmore brought this up and argued with Chair Suds Jane about it. Jane was coming up with all kinds of reasons to delay, discuss, and review. Same with Councilmember Chahal. It's likely they wanted to find ways to delay an ethics probe. Rather than find ways to accelerate the creation of an ethics commission, they were finding ways to delay it or to research it. If this council majority wants to show they have nothing to hide and are not part of any 49er influence, they should want to expeditiously install an independent ethics commission. If they don't or cannot explain why they don't want it, that should be a major red flag to the community. This council has shown it cannot police itself. They allow continued violations of the existing ethics and behavioral standard policies they all supported unanimously. Vice Mayor, for example, when the council was asked by multiple members of the public to agendize the egregious behavior of Vice Mayor Park displayed during a council meeting, the council members did a lot of whataboutism and did not address the conduct. In fact, no one condemned it, and Vice Mayor Park did not make a single comment during the discussion. But he did feel it was okay to vote on it, and the same with Councilmember Becker. Whether he is attacking a member of the public, lying to the public, or committing misdemeanor or felony crimes against the grand jury, it is clear this council will not hold their majority accountable. It's sad and embarrassing. A body that is supposed to be beyond reproach is anything but. Authorize the Independent Ethics Commission. Don't let the council influence it at all. Use the Santa Clara experts at the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics to consult for the city and build an independent commission. You should get moving on this ASAP. It's been too long already. And so the comments I want to say is that the motion that Councilmember Watanabe made was to start a process to look at what alternatives we had by engaging with the Marcola School of Ethics to come back with some options for us. It wasn't to impanel an independent commission. I know there's a substitute motion on, but I just want to say about some of the comments I've heard. Only ethics commissions happen in big cities. I guess we're not big enough, or our problems aren't big enough to have an ethics commission. Ethics costs too much money, but yet this council didn't think twice about putting something on the agenda to put $500,000 into an election to get rid of our elected police chief. And it's ironic that the council member who's under criminal indictment by a civil grand jury is the one telling us we don't need an ethics commission. I mean, seriously, folks, there was things in that grand jury report, like the council members meeting 60 times in a year and a half. Individual council members 60 times with special interests with the 49ers. And that's not a red flag to us that we have to look at how we operate, how we conduct our business. The civil grand jury, or the county grand jury, whether you agree with them or not, whether you were interviewed or not, the facts are there that state that this council majority puts the interest of a special interest over the interests of our community. And if you want to fight that and tell the city and the citizens that it's wrong, that you have nothing to hide, why are you fighting this? I can't imagine any city council in our county or anywhere that would fight having an ethics expert look at us and how we operate, look at them and how we operate. I can't imagine any city council fighting it, but you all seem to figure it out that you don't need it. You don't need this, but I'm telling you, we need it here on the city council. We need someone to come in and take a look at us independently and make recommendations to us so that we can act in the best interest and bring the public trust back to the city, because it's not there right now. It's not there right now. So please stop the excuses and support having the Marcola Center take a look at us. All right, Vice Mayor Park.
I'd like to call the question for whether or not the substitute motion should be considered.
Councilmember Chahal.
I'd like to put some straight record in record right now. So as I mentioned, the premise that grand jury said something is the basis of this thing. That's the reason I'm basically not voting for the first motion, basically. Because I for sure myself know I did not do anything wrong, and I always put the interest of the residents first. And you're saying somebody's that clubbing together, oh, they took the interest of Fortnite. Check my voting record. Bring forward the votes I made on this council, what votes you disagree with, and I'll be ready to discuss each and every vote, that why it was important for residents. And what did I do for 49ers, which you say I compromised the interest of the resident. Bring forward any of those. I'm ready to do that. All my votes were in the best interest of the residents of City of Santa Clara. Mayor mentioned that, oh, they just approved, they're trying to approve $400K or something for that. Didn't we spend $5 million, almost $5 million for fighting unnecessary CVRA lawsuit? We did. You never complained about that at that time, that this is a false premise, we should not be fighting. No city has ever won the lawsuit against CVRA. Our neighboring cities, Sunnyvale, everybody did it with hundreds of dollars instead of spending $5 million. Why was that? That was a political, that we never wanted the system to change. We never wanted the minorities to be on this council, basically. We never followed the CVRA in just cause for that, why the state of California made the CVRA Act, basically. And we fought that. We lost $5 million. And here we are asking why we are spending this money or that money. So please, let's be rational and not make everything as a political, everything is being made political. Let's not make that. We want ethics. There are ways of doing that. There are ways of training it. And all these documents which I read, some of these things they say, enforcement, training, bring back again and again, and then you can do that. There is an enforcement agency. There is FPPC which can deal with the enforcement of that. So I will not be supporting the motion which is based on civil grand jury report, which is completely false according to me. As far as my particular things they reported, that's completely false. Thank you.
All right, so we have the first vote is whether to accept a substitute motion, correct? And the substitute motion is no independent look, but training on annual training for something that we are trained annually anyway, or every 2 years, right? The AB 123. Is that what the motion was?
Yes, that's the motion, but we get the training personally ourselves to do it ourselves, but I think it would be proper to have a full training with the entire city council in front of the public so we are doing this transparently.
Yeah, because we're required to do that anyway, so.
No, we've never done that
So
before.
whether or not to accept the substitute motion, city clerk, roll call vote, please, or not roll call.
Okay, so I have a motion for the substitute motion, but I need.
To accept the substitute motion, whether or not we want to accept the substitute motion.
Right, so.
That's the first vote, right?
That's
Yes,
the
so
first
do I
vote.
have a maker for that?
Two-step process. Thanks, Mayor.
I need a first and a second
Oh,
for that.
that was Becker and Hardy. Please register your vote. It passes 5-2. And the next is to accept the next is the actual motion.
That's correct.
To have annual training of SB, what is it, 1234? AB 1234, with the city attorney.
Madam Mayor, I had my hand up.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had actually added to Councilmember Becker's motion to review the existing Santa Clara documents. That's the behavioral standards for council members and the code of ethics that we've had since the 1960s.
The ones on the wall right here? Those? Okay.
Well, this document's a lot longer than that.
Well, I'm just saying,
Document's
they're
like
right here
24
on the wall.
pages. So we should review that.
All right.
I'll accept that.
Second concurs.
Thank you. If I may just read this back, motion is not to move forward with an ethics commission, but to move forward with a public annual AB 1234 ethics review led by the city attorney and review the current behavioral standards.
We're looking for a better understanding of what that additional suggestion is. What kind of review? Who does that review?
Apparently you do.
I had actually suggested, according to what Dr. Shanks had suggested, is we hire possibly an independent consultant for that. Could be, what did I say?
Marcola Center, which was the original.
Joanne Spears of the ILG to moderate, someone like that. Not necessarily that.
Well, okay, well, that brings it back to what the original motion was to hire someone to look at an independent person to look at us. But you're saying it the same way, but you're using different words, but it's the same concept.
To review our current documents.
Yeah. It's a review in a current document.
I don't know who that person is you're talking about.
And I prefer not to go through the Marcola. I prefer to have someone independent.
You say the Marcola Center is not independent?
Not compared on the history we've had.
In what history have you had?
I haven't had any personal history, but based on the history I've seen for the last 20 years, I don't trust it.
Because why? I want to know, because they're a very renowned
I don't think I have
organization,
to give an
and you are saying you don't trust the Marcola Center? So
No.
I think you owe the public an explanation why you don't trust the Marcola Center.
I don't trust the Marcola Center because it seems like someone on this city council over here wants to go in that direction to the Marcola Center. So again, I think I'm going to go back to Kevin Park's comment, Councilmember Park's comment is people that know how the system works try to make it effective in the way they want it to.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm just saying that we need an independent person to do these kind of things. That's just my opinion.
City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I think there's 2 points that I want to clarify. One, when the review occurs, where do you want that venue to occur? Do you want that to come back to the Governance and Ethics Committee, or would you like it to come back to the full City Council? The other question is, or the other comment that I would make is, I've heard a number of individuals or the Marcola Center mentioned as the party that we should contract with. Totally understand that council members often may say, take a look at this entity, but I would advise you against adopting a motion directing staff to contract with a certain vendor. We need to make sure that we comply with all of our purchasing processes and go through RFPs or get the appropriate bids. But I totally understand that there may be entities that the city has used before that council members may want us to certainly look at, but I just don't think that should be included in the motion.
Thank you, City Manager, for fine-tuning that. I didn't know how to say that, but thank you.
Do you have that, City Clerk?
Okay, so I'll just read what I think I captured.
Can I clarify? I would prefer it to come to the full City Council, not Governance and Ethics, as a study session.
Okay, so not to move forward with the Ethics Commission, but to move forward with the public annual AB 1234 ethics review led by the city attorney and review the current behavioral standards as a full council at a study session.
Yeah, so I want to say that somebody independent would be somebody that Tom Shanks doesn't know. I think it'd be somebody that none of us knows, but perhaps could interview. That probably includes the Marcola Center, and that probably includes Joanne Spears. And I think that we really need to think about what independent means. Like, I think we've forgotten or we've been misled into the definition of what independent is, and I think that we need to stop listening to what people tell us and go back to the definition of what independent is. I hear a lot of things, the facts are there, most of the accusations in the grand jury report, provably wrong. and somebody accused me of including them in a group, and I stated a number that was stated to me. I did not include any people in any group. If anything, it seems that people included themselves. But what I've heard is a lot more accusations without findings, and I want to make very clear to this council that independent means independent. Like, I really think we need to look at, first principles on what that means. That's all.
So independent means independent.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. All right, can we vote on this now, please?
I want to make sure I have this accurate. So not to move forward with an ethics commission and have an annual review of ethics by AB 1234, ethics with city attorney, direct staff to hire an independent consultant based on city RFP process to review the current behavioral standards and return to council with its findings. Is that correct? I'm going to thank my deputy for that. That was my-
Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right, thank you. We're moving on to members and special committees. Anybody have a report, short report? Councilmember Park? No, that's old.
Yes.
Okay. You do?
No.
All right. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. This is more of an announcement. In the public comments that we had earlier this evening, and probably in the last few meetings we've had, there's been numerous comments of demanding my resignation from the city council. The one thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to say it very clearly, is in America, there's a thing called due process, and I have no plans of stepping down. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, again, I want to thank the city manager for jumping on the issue that occurred on July 2nd at the soccer match and just responding and the meetings, because it means a lot to me, obviously, because it was my district that's impacted, and also just the time that the mayor and I spent in terms of, putting something together to be able to relay back to the city. So thank you very much for taking all of that into consideration and acting on it. Thank you.
I echo those comments as well. Thank you very much. All right, do I have a city manager comments? None? All right, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion and a second to adjourn. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.